Good morning, everyone. I am Mayor Erica A. Stewart, and I'm here to say that all of my city council members are present for the special meeting. And I would like to thank so many people in this community provided feedback, input, positive, challenging, all at the same time. And I so thank everyone in this community for being part of this process. My Councilmember Marks and I were just talking about how many of these we've gone through and how this has morphed and evolved as a process, and it will continue to morph and evolve in the way that works for council and staff and the community, and I'm very thankful that people are willing to do this. So just really appreciate everyone coming together, filling out the community priorities survey, coming to the community forum, and of course, continuing to send us emails, phone calls, voicemails, texts, and really letting us know what you think is the most important for these next 2 years. So here today, we'll be using all of that information, all of it, to deliberate and develop our major city goals for the financial plan of 25 to 27. And with this, because it is a special meeting, we only accept public comment for items on the agenda, which is this 25-27 financial plan and major city goals. If you do have a desire, no, I don't have one. If you do have a desire to provide public comment, please do still provide thank you so much, a slip to the city clerk, and she is happy to provide a little bit of moments for you to share your 3 minutes of your 2 cents. So Councilmember Emily Francis, can you please lead the council in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you so much. And just a little bit for people who may not be in the room right now, this first half of our meeting will be provided by, excuse me, the city manager and Emily Francis and Natalie Harnett. And then we will be working with a facilitator a little bit later, working on the goals. So I just wanted to give people a little bit of how this process would go today. So with that, I will pass it over to city manager.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Madam Mayor and City Council. Good morning to everyone who's here in the room and who I guess may be reviewing this later, maybe later in the day after you've slept in on Saturday. We really appreciate everybody both being here and being part of this with us. We do have a couple of slides. We have we'll go over the agenda, show every kind of roadmap of how this day is going to go. And I know we're working on getting that up on the screen now. So we'll do a brief just introduction and a little bit more of a context around our budget. We wanted to provide everybody a little bit more information that we've been able to gather since we last talked about our budget, including at our community forum. Then we will provide a review of our community input and forum results. Our facilitator, Summer Curley from the Center for Organization Effectiveness, will go over the process we're going to use and sort of the guidelines we've used as well for getting here, as well as the discussion. We'll go over the potential goals for the next financial plan, review a prioritization, have a break, really dive back into that work again. And then public comment, we are actually scheduling toward the end of the day. So just wanted to make sure our folks who are here are aware that we'll be getting to that point in the afternoon. So just a reminder of sort of how our budget process has gone and will continue to proceed. We started with a setting the stage and strategic scan back in December. Around that same time, we had a survey open to the public, and we received a lot of great feedback from the public during that process. We've held a number of public discussions with the council, including a budget foundation conversation in January on the 14th. We had our community forum on January 23rd, and here we are at that blue kind of ribbon for our February 8th goal setting workshop. After today's workshop, we'll use council's direction to develop a draft budget. So we're going to be kind of locked in, as my kids might say, on our budget process, building that over the next couple of months, and then coming back to council in April to provide a strategic budget direction, have a conversation and get additional direction at that time. And then finally, we'll bring the budget back in June for adoption, with it to take effect on July 1st. So we do have a requirement that we have an adopted budget by the end of June, so that's the end goal here. Next, just a reminder, this may be familiar, this slide here, to folks who were a part of our community forum. This just gives an overview of where our major city goals fall in with the rest of the work and services that we provide here at the city. Again, we are a full-service city, so we're responsible for providing core programs and legally required services to the community, as well as delivering on projects that we previously committed to completing. Because of both the great work that we've had underway and the really ambitious goals that we've all set out for ourselves and each other over the last few years, we don't have really capacity for much new. That, in addition to, as we'll get into the budget context, we are anticipating a potential deficit in the future as well. So just to kind of, we've talked about at a few opportunities trying to level set just expectations and understandings of where we're at with our financial picture. But our major city goals is a process that we undertake in order to identify those additional items that we might want to take on beyond our core services. Our core services over time as well start to incorporate some of the major city goals and programs that have been created over time. And so we see that in some places like our Sustainability and Natural Resources Division, our Diversity, Equity, Inclusion program as well. Those programs have a lot of different plans that we've put together and put in place along with staff in order to make progress on those major topics that we've been wanting to address in our community. Okay. And just to kind of, again, focus on how did we get here, or what are the inputs that we take into creating these major city goals. So again, we had our community priorities survey. We've received a lot of emails and letters and comments from the public, and all of that's taken into consideration. We held our community forum and got additional feedback there. That included public comment in addition to lots of opportunities for people to submit their ideas, their suggestions through Slido or an electronic means that ranked and also identified new ideas that folks might want to see us undertake. And we also received a number of recommendations from our advisory bodies. So the city has 16 or 17, depending on issues that come up, advisory bodies, and they all undertake a process of identifying their priorities and goals that they think the city should be focusing on as well. So lots of different inputs, and that's all coming to you all today to consider. And then at the end of the day, the goal being we identify our major city goals for our next 2-year process. So with that, I'll hand things over to Emily Jackson, our finance director, to give us a little bit more of a, again, look at our budget and economic forecast for the next couple of years.
Thank you, Whitney. Happy to be here this morning. I'm going to keep my comments brief this morning. Basically, same news, different day at this point. Like Whitney said, we're continuing to gather information so that we can update the forecast that was presented to council on October 1st as a part of our prior year-end budget report. But happy to finally be starting to sort of narrow in on some areas of concern so that we can get a little bit more clarity and provide you all in the community with a better sense of what may be coming our way in terms of budgetary capacity to take on additional work. So this is a slide that should be familiar to everybody at this point. This is the same one that we presented during the community forum a couple of weeks ago and just kind of provides a high-level look at what we're factoring in as we're looking at the forecast and all of the different things that we're thinking about currently. Like we talked about, the general consensus at this point is that we are not headed into a recession, despite there being several indicators out there suggesting that a recession is imminent. Those indicators have been hanging around for quite a while now, and we haven't gotten there. And so again, the general consensus excuse me, the general consensus is that that's not what we're looking towards. However, there are and continue to be a number of sort of major indicators that affect us more locally, and so different things that we're trying to factor in as we look forward to the next couple of years. Like we've talked about, we're very closely tracking our major tax revenue sources, most importantly our sales tax revenue. We haven't had a lot of clarity on that, but happy to say that we finally have our next meeting with HDL, our sales tax consultant, scheduled for this Tuesday coming up, and so we're hoping to get some better clarity on that. But what we're definitely seeing at this point is a flattening of that revenue, and so trying to get don't have a crystal ball, of course, but just trying to get a better sense of where that's going to be headed in the next couple of years. The other item, and we'll be talking to council about this in closed session on Tuesday, is that we've got some upcoming labor negotiations with our miscellaneous unit, SLOCIA, which is our biggest unit, and labor conversations with our management and confidential employees. So depending on where those head, that could have a fairly significant impact to the forecast over the coming years. We're also continuing to work towards putting infrastructure in place that helps to support our growing community. So we've got a number of development projects that are coming online, are wrapping up, or are just halfway through, and we've got some obligations in terms of service levels to provide to those folks, especially down in the Avila Ranch area on the south end of town. We've got a requirement to bring a 5th fire station online as a part of that development, and so we're working to factor both the capital costs for bringing a 5th fire station online, but also the operating costs in the long run. Fortunately, and I'll touch on this on the next slide, just from a pure timing standpoint, our expectation about when we need to bring a temporary station online has been pushed out about 18 months. So that was initially something that we were expecting to have to figure out how to fund, at least in part, in the 25-27 financial plan period. But that's something based upon the timing of development in Avila Ranch, we're expecting will be pushed out to probably the end of the first year of the next financial plan. So it's more of a 27-29 consideration at this point. Of course, still working to secure some funding for the storms that we experienced about 2 years ago. I was happy to learn on Thursday in conversations with some of my colleagues at the county that the county has gotten a couple very small checks from FEMA, but that gave me some hope that those may be coming our way as well, because we have had a number of projects obligated for several months now, and so those are sitting with the state, and we're still crossing our fingers and hoping that we start getting those checks soon. And then, like I talked about during the community forum, there's 2 other items that are just sort of more recently added to the radar. The first being the impacts that the really significant fire activity down in Los Angeles is ultimately going to have for our community. Just given our proximity, I'm expecting that we're going to see a lot of construction industry folks leaving this area and headed down to Los Angeles. There's a lot of work to be done down there, clearly. And I think it still remains to be seen what that means for our area. But my expectation would be that with less folks to do the work and more demand, that there's potentially going to be another increase in construction costs. So that's something that I think we need to be very mindful of moving into the next couple of years. And then, I don't know what to say at this point about what's happening at the federal level, but in the last couple of weeks, we've seen a number of pretty significant changes, executive orders, thoughts about what the new federal administration may be working towards. And so there's questions about, everything from how does the recent conversation about undocumented workers in the state of California having to return to their country of origin, to a pause on federal funding and everything in between. And so I think it's reasonable to expect that there's some pretty significant economic impacts associated with new federal policy, but those are quite uncertain at this point and something that we're just continuing to track. I think, as everybody is aware, our transit program is largely federally funded. And so when we're looking, as an example, at potential pause or loss of federal dollars, that's largely transit related for our city. So a lot more insulated from federal actions than counties are or the state is. But we also, in addition to being concerned about our ability to run a transit program, we need to also be thinking about the downstream effects that it has. The county's budget is about $100 million worth of federal funding. And so if they lose all or a portion of that, what does that mean for our community more broadly in terms of especially the health and human services that those dollars support? So like I said, we're working to update the forecast, hope to get that in front of council here relatively soon. At this point, though, we've been trying to kind of organize our thoughts, given that there's so many unknowns, by identifying, the upside and the downside of some of the different things that we're tracking. And so this slide is intended to highlight not only the items that we're tracking, but what do we view as the worst case and the best case scenario in each of these items. So like I said, sales tax is definitely flattening out, potentially declining. We're not sure exactly what that looks like yet, but we should have more clarity after our conversation with HDL next Tuesday. We do assume some growth in the forecast, and so I don't expect that our actual sales tax budget will go down, but it may go down compared to what we forecast out into future years. Development fees, you're going to hear a lot more about this with the second quarter budget report, but the Community Development Department is reporting that they're seeing a pretty sharp decline in development fee revenue. They've brought in about a third of their revenue halfway through the year, and so that's a pretty big concern and something that we're tracking. This really appears to be a return to normal. I think everybody recognizes we've had some pretty significant development projects over the last couple of years that have brought in more and more and more revenue, but as those projects wrap up and slow down, we're just seeing less permit revenue and all of that coming in. There's less review being required by the city. And so in the current year, we're expecting that development service revenue is probably going to come in about $2 million short compared to budget, and there's a potential that extends beyond this into future years. And then the final item on the risk side of things is just some uncertainty going into labor relations. This is uncertainty that exists every single time we have a contract coming open and we're negotiating with our employees. And so these are just placeholder numbers. We haven't even had initial conversations. We haven't had an initial conversation with the city council yet on authority. And so we've just got a range of possibilities built in mentally into our forecast. And then on the opportunity side of things, like I said, the obligation to bring a temporary fifth fire station online has been pushed out about 18 months. While that certainly provides us some flexibility and a little bit of capacity in the budget for the coming 2 years, I would caution that we not go ahead and spend that money because we still are going to need to fund the operations of a fifth fire station, even though it's about 2 years out at this point. We need to be planning ahead for that. On the property tax side of things, property tax is one of our other major tax revenue sources. We've historically forecasted that pretty conservatively. We base our forecast typically off of what we're hearing from the county assessor's office. I think we potentially have a little bit of room to increase that assumption of property tax receipts. I think the assessor's office typically forecasts about 3.5% growth, and we end up seeing something closer to 5%. And so that's a conversation that we're having about whether or not we want to beef up our property tax forecast to provide just a little bit of extra room in the budget to fund some of the important initiatives that are ahead of us. We've also asked departments to provided instructions to departments that their base budget, their non-staffing base budgets should be flat with current year non-staffing base budgets. Unfortunately, non-staffing costs don't make up a really big percentage of the city's overall budget. Staffing is about 60 to 70% depending on fund. The different funds that we've got, but we're expecting that through the exercise that we've asked departments to go through to kind of keep their budgets flat with the current year, that we can yield about $1 million, $500,000 to $1 million of capacity on the expenditure side of things. And so departmental budgets are due to the finance department at the end of February, and we'll see where we get with that. But one of the exercises that we'll be going through as staff is identifying what did it take to get there. I think that there are some departments that are going to be able to do that without too much trouble, and there are others that won't. And so it's our job to identify for the city manager and for the city council what some of those actions needed to get to that point were. And so we expect that we'll be bringing you all along, of course, in that discussion and recommending ultimately a budget that strikes a balance between, needing to balance, right, and needing to think towards the future, but also is mindful of obligations that we've currently got that we're currently trying to fulfill, whether they're mandates or major city goal related or anything in between. And then finally, I think we've got some opportunity on the TOT side of things. TOT is continuing to perform pretty well, which is a good thing. And so just another revenue line item that we're going to be looking at and seeing whether or not we should be, we can realistically and reasonably and safely increase the assumption there. So the net of all of that is that the last forecast that was presented to the council showed a modest, about $100,000 deficit moving into fiscal year 25-26, depending on how all of these factors shake out. That forecast could be about $200,000 better or up to $4 million worse. And so we're trying to balance this all out. I expect that we're going to have quite a bit more information in the coming weeks. And as we've got that, we'll be sharing that out. So that concludes my presentation. I'll turn it over to Natalie.
Thank you, Emily. Good morning, Mayor and Council. I usually am used to saying evening, but good morning. So I'm just going to very quickly go through the results from the community survey and the community forum. You have more detail about this in your packet, so I'm not going to go into a great amount of detail, but if there's any questions, I'm happy to take them. So first of all, the community survey, this was open for 1 month from November 12th to December 13th. Participants were able to rank their 5 priorities for the city. We had 13 pre-populated ideas based on existing goals or feedback we had heard about the most priority items at that time. However, there was also an option to write in those free response ideas. So they were all combined on this table just to show the scale between them all. So the top ones, you can barely tell the difference, but the top ones that are like brown are the provided priorities, and then the ones on the bottom are the blue, and those are the free response answers. So overall, I don't think the results were very surprising. They almost exactly lined up with the results that we saw from the survey 2 years ago, which means in general, the community's priorities are somewhat similar. Ultimately, we use these priorities to help us prepare for the community forum, so I'll cover that next. There is a lot of overlap between some of these, and some of these, like multiple of them, fall within one major city goal. So for example, cultural vitality and childcare were not specifically called out in the forum stations, but those are both components of the city's economic development strategic plan. Some of the top ones and the other ideas would be more parks and rec facilities, and then there was some responses about the parking rates as well. Those were the top two. This is a fun little slide. This was kind of our welcome opening poll for the community at the forum. What do you love most about SLO? So the top favorites were community, open space, mountain biking trails, and downtown. So let's see. Participation summary. So this is going to show a summary about the participation in numbers, because participants could choose how many polls they wanted to participate in, whether it was one or all of them. So this kind of just shows a summary of them on the columns to the right. So the far left column is the combination of both those that participated in the ranking exercise and those that participated in the free response poll. So I have them listed in order. Overall, we saw the most participation in infrastructure, downtown vitality and economic development, and climate action and open space. So now I'm just going to go through each of those stations just real quick and kind of give you a high-level overview of them. So here I have the shortened version of the work program items. Last time we had presented the actual graphic with the polls that showed the different levels, and it was really hard to read. So I just, for the sake of reading, I just put up the shortened version of the project or program. And then on the right-hand side, I have the count. So they're listed in order of how many people voted for that option. And if there were other items that also frequently came up that were part of the free response, I also included those, and you'll see there's a little asterisk next to those items. But I did want to include the numbers just to give that perspective on the order of magnitude of the votes. So looking at housing, there were the two top ones were implementation of below market housing rate best practices and improving unsafe or unsanitary or illegal housing conditions. Some of the other ideas, we had 14 respondents that indicated they wanted better tenant protections, including eviction protection, incentives for lower rent, and regulations for safer housing unit. 4 of those respondents specifically mentioned the creation of a rental registry, so I just wanted to note that. 9 respondents indicated that they wanted zoning changes that would support more housing production. Specifically, respondents called for zoning updates to allow for higher density development. Moving to climate action and open space. Acquisition and protection of our open spaces was the top priority, and many people wanted to see more trails, specifically biking trails, and/or a bike park was mentioned a lot, but others more generally just referenced connecting trail systems throughout the city's open spaces. We also had a group of folks that saw maintenance and dredging of the Laguna Lake as a top priority, so I have that one listed on here. Looking at homelessness, respondents prioritized supporting partners and working partners to implement transitional housing, as well as the expansion of the MCU and the CAP programs. There were also respondents that indicated they wanted rental control and tenant protection measures, and that this directly relates to homelessness, as it would help make more housing more affordable to keep people from becoming homeless. I did want to note that there's this particular item, and some of them come up across multiple of the stations. So in total for this one, for rent control and tenant protections, there was a combined 55 votes, and that's across all of them. But I have them listed in the sections they were originally placed in because I felt that folks wanted them there. Moving to diversity, equity, inclusion. The priorities included supporting programs that supported arts, culture, and nonprofit work, as well as efforts to attract and support minority-owned businesses. When looking at the free response results, there were some responses that recommended removing DEI as a major city goal. However, most of them actually wanted that work to continue. They just felt that it didn't need to be an identified goal, but instead incorporated into our core services. And then as mentioned in the last slide, the tenant protections also came up here as a means of achieving DEI, which was mentioned 11 times. Okay. Downtown vitality and economic development. This one I think was the most unique. We see that the top one there, the free response answer, was actually surpassed those pre-populated ranking priorities. So that was the continuation and expansion of cultural vitality programs, including support of the Cultural Arts District, and that received a total of 210 votes, followed by a continuation of small business programs like the Buy Local bonus and the Slow Restaurant Month. For fiscal sustainability, we had the least amount of participation, but we also had the least amount of selection options, and that's mainly because fiscal sustainability is really embedded in kind of our policies and procedures. However, there are a handful of ways that we could boost that, so those are the options that we have up here. And you'll see that securing grants was a top priority, as well as implementing cost savings or revenue generating opportunities. The local revenue measure poll, this was just one poll. There was no free response because these were the priorities that were already identified in the ballot language. So this was just packaged with fiscal sustainability and intended to get a read on the community's prioritization of the LRM priority areas. I think that overall it really mimics the outcome from both the survey and the responses at large, with streets maintenance and transportation coming in as the top priority, followed by addressing homelessness, open space, natural areas, preservation and maintenance. For infrastructure and sustainable transportation, there was really a lot packed into this one, which might explain why the topic had the most participation. There was an overwhelming prioritization of implementing parks and rec projects for new and improved parks and park amenities. Some of the top free response themes included the prioritization of Rigetti Ranch Park, as well as the expansion of bike paths and trails, and specifically the mountain bike park was mentioned quite a few times. Okay, second to last one here, public safety. So this one had lower amount of participation, but some of the top themes included increased safety for pedestrian, bicyclists, and motorists, specifically the Vision Zero program was mentioned, followed by enhancement of the city's hazard mitigation efforts. There were quite a few comments that mentioned specifically concerns about fires in our community, which was likely just because we had all those LA fires going on at the same time during the forum. Okay, so lastly, this table shows the top 10 themes from all ideas that came through the New Ideas station or were submitted via email and didn't fit into any of those other categories. So the top ones, cultural arts, safe housing and tenant protections, La Loma, Adobe, more parks and rec facilities, and the Rigetti Ranch Park. And some of these, there's a lot of overlap between them, so just wanted to note that again. All right, that concludes my part of the presentation, and with that, I'll hand it over to our facilitator. Just a little introduction. Summer Curley is the Chief Executive Officer for the Center of Organizational Effectiveness. Her background includes leading large-scale change management and employee engagement efforts, facilitating team building workshops, coaching leaders of all levels, designing training programs, conducting research on leadership competencies. Summer has a ton of experience in private, public, and nonprofit sectors. She's worked with a ton of local and state governments, pharmaceutical companies, financial institutes, and the list goes on. Summer has a PhD and a master's degree in industrial organizational psychology from the California School of Professional Psychology and a Bachelor of Science in Psychology from Santa Clara University. I hope that one day my introduction looks that. With that, I'll hand it over to Summer.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, there it is. Hi. It's good to see you all. I want to just walk you through a little bit about how we got here. Your staff has done a phenomenal job in getting you to this point. As you just saw, I was watching the clock because we have a tight timeline here today. And that was impressive, Natalie, how quickly she got through that thousands and thousands of bodies of research and input. Just to bring you up to speed on, and for the benefit of the public to know how we got to today, I want to articulate some of those aspects because I'm going to highlight some of them as we get our conversation going. Before we got here, I had one-on-one interviews with each of you to understand a bit more of what you were wanting to see in this process, as we've done this process every couple years, and understanding what you really wanted this day to look like, and that you had the right input you needed to have this be a really productive conversation. So those were super helpful conversations. And we also had you all participate in some pre-work. So you shared some insights into what you'd like to see in these next round of major city goals, and some insights into maybe how some of that may need to shift in light of as things are evolving, as you're hearing, you heard from your finance director today. And that is a very intentional process. So for the benefit of everyone listening and for you all, it's critical. We call that a brainwriting process, where we're inviting you to first think and write your own individualized thoughts based on all of this loads of input, which we'll review in just a second, so that you really have a synthesis of what you want to see happening. And we know from a psychological perspective, when we put time into doing that, it actually is a much more inclusive process. If we just open it up for open discussion and a kind of a brainstorm, as opposed to brainwriting and then we deliberate, we don't get as much inclusive voice in that, right? We don't get as new ideas and whatnot. So that is a practice that's built into your process that frankly is not built into many other processes for cities and counties doing this kind of deliberation. So that's a huge asset that you are engaged in. And then today, you took a culmination of all that insight, the data you've had, the community forums, the major city goal update that your staff has prepared, which is a work of art, frankly. There's so much information there of what has been being done the last 2 years to get you to this point, that element of it now brings us to Saturday. And Saturday is a hard day to be in here. And it's beautiful that you take this time to do this, because it is the really ample time for you to deliberate all of those bits of information. In a normal council meeting, it can be really challenging to do that, as you have other items to explore and it's an evening. This gives ample time for you to really deliberate, which most councils and boards are very envious of, that kind of conversation time. So I've created a structure for us to walk through this work today, and we have a lot of ground to cover, but I feel confident we're going to get to the end of the day with a really clear set of directions. So here is what we are, just as a reminder. Maybe. There we go. I got it. Here's a reminder of what we're really here hoping to accomplish today, right? We're trying to get clarity of the most important, highest priority goals that you want your city to be focused on over the next 2-year financial plan. And the goal being that your goals are set and those goals feed into how your monies are spent, right? So this is not necessarily every core service that the city handles on a daily basis and takes care of this community with. It's really, what are those highest priority things that you're seeing surface to the top? So that's where we want to focus our attention. You also have a long-standing tradition of how you do this through your city council vision statement, but also you've identified, just want to remind you of this, you've identified the ways in which you engage in this planning process, which is a best practice. The fact that you really engage in honest and respectful conversations with one another through this, that you participate by both listening and hearing each other out, hearing the community, but also engaging in some respectful challenging that may need to happen. As you heard from your finance director and your city manager, you do have limited resources, as does every city and county. And so how you go about making those tough calls on things. You, up to this point, have had the opportunity to really be engaging the community, right? Doing that community building aspects, doing even some of the advocacy, really hearing from the constituents. And today, you all have the hard work of turning that into stewardship with the resources that are available to you and some of the visioning that comes with doing goal setting. What does this look like and how can we get creative over the next couple years? This, of course, is a very transparent process. You're pulling in aspects from the past that you know about, right? The various conversations that are happening within the community really make this a process that fits for your specific community. So just a reminder of some of those aspects. Also, I appreciate that you have identified with both how you plan, but also how you implement those plans. And those are really critical aspects, foundational core components to how you do this work. So making sure that whatever is agreed upon, that the plan is really accessible. I think your website demonstrates that in really concrete ways, and watching that evolution has been impressive to see. And also making sure that it's very clear what you are going to do so that your staff can really focus their focus on the implementation of these things. Because there's a lot of things that you want to have done, understandably, and so how do you make sure that that clarity of direction is there? And then, of course, making sure that you receive updates on what it is that's happening so you can be determining, well, how do we need to maybe, as emerging issues are coming up, right, as the economic picture becomes more clear, how you may need to pivot accordingly to that. So that's an important part of, the undermakings of the underpinnings of the way that city government works. And I just want to remind us of this because I think for those watching and for those of us that aren't looking at this kind of thing every day, these are really impressive core tenets that you've identified as a city and are abiding by in how you manage this process. The other thing I want to highlight is a few years back, we started to call this a bike rack. So those that might be more familiar with a parking lot. And so our bike rack is up on this whiteboard over here today. And so this is really a tool for me as a facilitator and even for you as council members to say, I think that might be taking us down a rabbit hole today. And it's something that is important. It's something that we need to have follow-up conversation on. It may be something that we need to invite staff to come back and make a report on or an update with, but it's going to take us potentially off track or into too specific of an area. And so I will ask, maybe today, maybe not, ask if that's something that we may want to put onto the bike rack to keep us focused on getting our goal complete for the day. I invite you to also utilize that as a tool. So with that, I would like to walk you through my synthesis of some of the pre-work notes and the synthesis that I came up with based upon that. I really appreciate the trust that you afford me in being able to really hear you out, ask for clarification of the nuance of what you are looking to accomplish in this next 2-year cycle, and synthesize that for you a bit. So you're going to see that that's a bit of what I've done, and I'll walk you through, once I get through these notes, I'll walk you through what our process is, what I'm anticipating will look like today. So 2 big buckets of pre-work observations that I have. Overall, your current major city goals, as you call them, seem to still be relevant. They seem to still be relevant to your community. They seem to still be relevant to what you all are seeing. Certainly, as the city staff identifies in advance of the community forum, what pre-populates what some of those work plan items might be to continue to advance, let's say, climate action as a body of work, that also seems aligned. So that's a good sign that you're on a track. Now, within those major city goals, there certainly is some question of, do we need to start finessing some of those titles a little bit, right? Which happens over time. Do we need to maybe adjust refine what some of the actions or the work items might be within the next 2 years? So that's smart. These are big, big things that you're taking on and how the work items or the actions may need to evolve every 2 years, they should evolve, right? If they weren't evolving, that means you're not doing the work. So we want to today really focus some good attention and conversation on what the refinement of those actions might be so that your staff can then do the good hard work to determine how would we get that done and what potentially might need to be some of the trade-offs that would have to occur in order to make that happen. There also was some discussion about enhancing performance measures. You have some areas where those are very clear. They're already in plans, what the intended outcome is of implementing something. But is that an area that we continue to hone in on? That's, again, also a very normal, natural part of an evolution as you're building out plans like this. And then in addition to the 4 major city goals that you currently have outlined, there were 3 additional goals that were identified where there is some overlap with what you currently have, but there's also some nuanced and unique aspects to those. So I'm going to share those with you here just on the next slide. The other big bucket that came up was some conversation both in our one-on-ones but also in the pre-work worksheets was around, have we gotten to a point where maybe we need to reorganize the language we're using? Does major city goals potentially imply that those are the only goals that the city is working on? And the reality we all know well is that there's a lot of day-to-day operations and work that the city is doing, core services that are not identified in those major city goals. And so a potential, although this may seem to some just a wordsmithing thing, it also signals to others that pick this up to understand, are these really major city goals or are these potentially something different than that? And so I think we have some time today carved out, as you'll see as I walk you through a process, that will allow us a little bit of time to talk about that. Not that that needs to change today or even in this financial plan, but that's something that is that direction you'd like to give staff, that, hey, let's revisit what that looks like. Let's make sure that we are representing all of the work that we're doing, both core services and these very specific focus areas that you want to pay attention to. Any questions on any of this before I walk you through what I'm hoping our process will look like today? No?
I don't see any.
Okay, thank you. So quick reminder of your 4 major city goals here. This is the verbiage as it currently stands: climate action, open space and sustainable transportation, diversity, equity and inclusion, economic resiliency, cultural vitality and fiscal sustainability, and housing and homelessness. Those have been fairly consistent over the last few financial plan cycles with some wordsmithing or combining of goals and whatnot. So just as that background, there were 3 additional goals that were submitted. And I think what you will notice is there is some, I know that that's a bit of an eye chart, but I'll give you the highlights of it, that there's a bit of overlap in some of the bulleted items below the topic area that could connect in with the some of the other major city goal work item. And there also are some things that are really connected to what we heard in the community forum that may be a pullout that you want to note. And so for full transparency, I think it's important to highlight that how different council members have organized different elements of the work. And so the 3 additional goals here around strengthening community sense of well-being, improving public safety, and then infrastructure and transportation. I really appreciate the presentation that Natalie Harnett did here, because that is not easy to take all of this input from the community forums and then be noting how a community member may have come to a station and have provided insight, and the insight can really overlap, right, with various areas. You can see even in this illustration, some of these things, it could be a public safety piece, it could be a response to climate action, right? So there's overlap that you all have within these goals. And what I really would love to invite us to be thinking about, it's important for us to identify what are those overarching major city goals. It's really critical today that we spend time and energy talking about what are the work items that you want to see executed on, because that's where there's going to be dollar connections, right, to that work, and how much you want there to be focus on an area or how much you want a resource to be provided to certain areas. So that's a backdrop for us here. Also want to remind you that part of what you all have been doing, this is, I'm speaking to the council, but you all know this because you've been dealing with the input and navigating all of this information. But for the benefit of us really getting our frame of mind in the right place, that you have loads of input, like so much input, and frankly, more input than we see in a lot of other public entities, where you really are engaging your community in a meaningful conversation in a variety of different formats. So the public engagement, I have that picture there of the community forum, but you also had the survey, you had advisory bodies, the city manager was walking you through all these various opportunities that exist. We'll have another one this afternoon for public comment that really is informing the way in which you're governing the next steps here. The major city goal update, I encourage as we're walking through today, you may want to pull that document up or take a look at it. I know many of you were making notes on it to really prepare for today. That major city goal update gives you a really good sense of where some of the things that you all have identified in previous times that you want to see staff working on, where the status of those are, which is extensive, and many of those things are in an ongoing state. So it's not that they would end in this, come June 30th, they are ongoing bodies of work. So the capacity for staff is not 100%, right? Because at July 1st and it's a new budget cycle. It's a very small portion that you're working with within that. So that update document really does give you some great insight. And the ad that staff put in there, that last column that has the orange, that really identifies, hey, this would require new or additional resources in order for something more to be happening in that area. So I just want to draw your attention to that as we have those conversations. And then, of course, this cannot be understated. This is the pulse that you all are bringing into the conversation. You have a pulse, you are in conversations, you live day to day in this community, run into people in supermarkets, on bike trails, all these things, and you have a pulse of what is desired right now. So you're bringing that also into this conversation. And I put a little magic wand in the middle there because this today is now where the magic happens to bring all of those bits of input into one place. And it is not an easy job that you all have here. So I really look forward to the conversation that we're going to have about what does this look like? What do you want to see happen in the next 2 years? And I'll invite the city manager, and the city manager may invite department heads at different points to highlight if there are questions about, what might this look like, or how big, if you want that done, how much of a trade-off might we need to be considering there. Please know those won't be perfect answers today, because there's a lot of behind the scenes work that has to happen to really understand what that would look like. But that is part of what we want to make sure that you're able to give staff a gauge of what you might be willing to give up or slow down if something needs to come on the plate that is a bigger body of work. Is that making sense? Great. Okay. So what I'd like to do is, for our process, is put up each of the major city goals first. I'll share with you what's the current title and definition with some of the edits that I have taken in from you, and then invite you to deliberate about each of the major city goals with these couple reflection questions. And the reflection questions: what needs focus over the next 2 years, and what do you want to see take a higher priority? So it's kind of two flip of a coin on the same kinds of questions, but from different angles there. So you don't have to answer those differently, but just whatever speaks to you in that. And then the second part of this question is really critical. It wouldn't be as critical if you had a surplus of money laying around. But the reality is that's not where things are at. And so this second part of this set of questions is really critical to say, if needed, are you willing to cut services or capital to make this happen, right? So it's really we don't know what that exact equation, what that exact trade-off might be today, but do want to be thinking about how important of a priority is this, right? How much do you want to see movement happen in the next 2 years that would mean something maybe needs to back off? And so wanting to be able to have a bit of that conversation here today. So my thought again would be we go through each of the 4 major city goals, have some conversation, not in depth on the wordsmithing, but directionally give a sense of like, that makes sense, or I'd like us to see a bit of that, maybe title shift or finessing that would need to happen. But then to get into some deliberation on these 2 questions for each of the 4 major city goals. As we do that, would love to invite, if you see that there's connection points with those 3 additional goals that we had identified, to weave those in. And then I'll give time after we get through the 4 current major city goals and those refining, give time to say, hey, is there something new or different additive that you want to add in to the list? So we don't end up with 4 major city goals, we maybe end up with potentially 5 or 6 if you want to refine them a bit differently. And then we'll give a little bit of time at the end to talk about, is there anything you want to recommend as far as structural changes to how this work is being presented in some way, or how it's being titled, as an example. So that is the process. I do have in my back pocket, although the slides are hidden at this point, a summary of your pre-work and how I've coalesced that. So it will show for each of, let's say, climate action as one of the, I know that's not the full title, but as a shorthand, climate action major city goal, that I have a listing of what you've identified as being work items as kind of a collective wisdom. And if that is helpful, I can pull those up as a prompt, but also want to make sure that we're getting from you a lot of what was in that was also a continuation of some of what's already in the work items in the work plan, and it's an ongoing. So today want to make sure we're focusing our attention not necessarily on needing to reiterate all of those continued, but really what do you want to see that may be additive or a kind of pushing your foot on the go pedal. I don't know if we call it a gas pedal anymore with e-vehicles, some sort of a go pedal. So does that make sense as a process here today?
It does. And I noticed that we don't have a break until noon, but I'm going to insert a 5-minute break right here before we go to this next section. Does that sound good?
Yeah.
Okay,
that's
great. Thanks so much.
Okay. We'll see you there. 5 minutes.
Sorry, one
Back.
second, Councilmember Francis.
Mayor, during the break, if you wouldn't mind returning to your synthesis of the additional goals, just wanted to take a quick revisit of that.
Yes, happy to.
Thank you.
This one? Yeah. Great.
Perfect, thanks.
Okay, 5 minutes.
Well, thank you for the quick break. We'll get right back to our next section here. And thank you for making the additional potential goals much larger. That's wonderful. Oh, great. A printout? That'll be wonderful. Thank you so much.
Natalie's going to get a printout of these. You'll have them in front of you.
Great, thank you. It's a wonderful synthesizing of what the community has shared and what we have shared, so I really appreciate that.
Yeah, excellent. Okay, so with our next step would be to go back, just a minute, let me advance it to climate action. Okay, so our first major city goal to review is the climate action, open space, and sustainable transportation. What I've done here is to highlight some of the suggestions related to potentially consolidating or shortening the definition of this goal specifically. And so you'll see that with the strike through, it's really a mention of some of the specificity that was in the goal, and there's been a recommendation by a couple of you that maybe that is not necessary to be there because the work plan items and the actions really highlight what those bodies of work would be. So that's a suggestion that we can consider. Would love to hear perspective on that. Again, not with the goal of doing heavy wordsmithing today, but more of a just directional cues on that. And then there were some suggestions at the bottom. You'll see I've put this on various, for each of the major city goals, where there were some suggestions of title change. And in this, there was quite a few of you that identified maybe shifting from climate action to climate resilience. So getting the word resilience into that title being an important aspect of it. And then also some thoughts to expand it, but then some thoughts to maybe shorten it. So that's a component to consider as well. And then a suggestion that maybe moving from sustainable transportation to verbiage like safe transportation, or even having the language Vision Zero in that title. So those are potential suggestions. As I mentioned, I do have a summary of the action items that you all had identified as being potentially aspects of this work synthesized, but I wasn't necessarily going to put those up on the screen unless you're feeling the need for it. And what I'd really love to do is open it up for your deliberation on these questions here so that we can get a feel for what you really see as being within this major city goal, what you really see being the need for focus on and specific items you'd like to see focus on, and where you'd like there to see trade-offs that could be cut in services if needed. Happy to keep these questions up or keep the definition up, whichever you prefer.
I mean, I think going through each of the major city goals with the strike-throughs makes sense to me. I don't know for you all, but the initial, when I looked at the combined major city goal update, I believe there were very specific reasons why we chose the word sustainable versus safe. Not saying that we will or will not change that today, just saying that we should have those conversations today from each of us as to why we have these different potential opinions on why we'd want to use those words. I also think that it would be important for us to just kind of go through that first and then talk about potential if we were to change the entire thing after. Because I think that understanding why action or versus resilience was used or wanted to be used, understanding why sustainable versus safe, I think understanding that first before we say, and now we'd like to change climate action, open space, and sustainable transportation to something else. I'd like to hear from each person why they chose what they did first. Does that make sense, Councilmember Francis? I see a look on your face. I cannot change this to one. Oh, yes, I can. 1 second. There you go.
I'm just wondering, since it did seem like there was a little bit of an appetite to talk about sort of the categorization and kind of structural bits of this, if that made sense to do first before we got into, obviously not wordsmithing, but looking at the language that we're using there.
Yeah, I think the reason I was thinking first is just going through, not to wordsmith and change it yet, but just to understand the reasoning behind, because I know for me, sustainable transportation is a very specific, different reason than safe transportation. So I just would like to talk about like the intent of each of us versus the synthesizing first, because if the synthesizing goes to the safe, that's not what I meant by sustainable. So just personally. So I thought that might be good to go through first, and then go into maybe the changing of it after. Any council remarks?
Yeah, well, it's quite a challenge. I was thinking maybe you could just, call on us one by one. Perfect. Rather than, us saying, oh, now I want to speak, because we all want to speak. Yeah. So,
that's fine.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, just to clarify, oh, go ahead.
Sorry. Vice Mayor?
I trust Summer in the way that she set this up, so I'm happy to go through it the way you see best. I do recognize that I think the way one of these is worded, to your example of safe versus sustainable, safety might be coming up in one after this. So just maybe going through the first, maybe going through them in order briefly. And I hear you just like explain where we see ourselves in these, the way they are and the way Summer has proposed changing them. And then we can have a larger discussion about moving things around.
City Clerk, would it be easier to have us with all of our mics on at the same time? Or would that be potential microphone chaos?
It could be microphone chaos as long as people remember to turn them off when they're done.
Okay.
Because I can turn it to automatic turn them off when they're done.
Okay. We'll continue as per usual. Just thought I'd just check with you. All right. So first, I just start with Vice Mayor. Did you want to share your input?
Sure. So I was the one that proposed climate action and sustainability. I think in general, the way, in terms of making these approachable, understandable, brief for the community members to understand, my preference is to make more general, short categories and then have bullet points below them that kind of explain in a few phrases more what that high-level pillar or priority area means. And so I think that under climate action and sustainability, or whatever we decide the few top line items should say, that we should put things below them that include open space and all the different climate action plans and work plans that we have, the Lead by Example and the Climate Action Plan. But then I think sustainability also gets at that resilience, that emergency climate resilience stuff, as well as sustainability in our practices in general, like building and operationalizing those climate action things into our policies and procedures and financial practices and things like that. So that's just my thought.
Thank you. Councilmember Marks?
Thank you. Well, I think it would be a real mistake to remove open space from the title, partly because of the number of years that we have had open space as a major city budget goal, partly because of the community response ranking it so highly all the way through everything. And climate action is not the same thing as protection of open space and natural resources. So what I had suggested for the title would be protection of open space and natural resources, climate action, and resilience. Okay, now here's the difference to me between climate action and resilience. Climate action is what our climate action plan is doing. Resilience has to do with response to the fact that climate change is happening, and it's happening faster than we thought it would. And so the community needs to respond to that. Now, we do have, with our safety element that we went through, we did include emergency preparedness and response to natural disasters in our safety element. But I think that that area, because of what's happening in the big world out there, including like the fires in LA, we need to not just take action in terms of trying to counter climate change, which is something I've been actively involved in for decades, but also be prepared to safeguard the safety of our community if we're dealing with severe climate phenomenon. So I would want to keep protection of open space right up there up front. I think we're going to have a lot of upset people if we disappear it. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Boswell.
Thank you. My general thoughts on this is that the current language is good. I didn't feel any special motivation to change it, but I did make some suggestions to try to maybe refine in on a couple of issues that we could pay more attention to. One was resilience. So I had also suggested that potentially adding in resilience. I mean, climate action is often used as kind of a catch-all term inclusive of resilience, but not everybody knows that. And so perhaps calling it out could be useful, particularly in this moment where obviously the public's attention and we're going to see a lot of action, I think, from the state as well. We're also updating our LHMP, our local hazard mitigation plan as well. So there's kind of a lot that's going to be going on over the next 2 years, particularly around wildfire impacts. And so it seemed like kind of directing the city's attention a little more to the resilience issue would be valuable, and also communicating to the public that we know this is a big deal. We know everybody's concerned about it, and we're acknowledging that. So that was my thought on resilience. I'd also suggested the safe transportation, but I noted in my notes it was probably too narrow. But what I was trying to get at was, this issue around safety of our transportation system. It's interesting when we, like just the other night, when we looked at, the Higuera Complete Streets Plan, there are people that were kind of opposed and there are people that supported, but the one thing a lot of people agreed on, regardless of which side they were, was we needed better enforcement of our traffic laws in the community, particularly around speeding and reckless driving. And so I wanted to make sure somehow we were capturing safety, but I was encouraged to see that a possible new goal might be around safety. So maybe it doesn't need to be embedded here. And then I do like Vice Mayor Shorsman's suggestion of maybe simplifying a little and then having bullet points under that give a little more explanation. Sustainability kind of is a little buzzwordy at times. But if you can say, well, this is what we mean by it and explain it a little bit more, then I like that idea. So okay, I'll stop there.
Thank you, Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you very much. This was something, just actually each one of the wordsmithing tasks that we had to do was something I wrestled with quite a bit, because fundamentally I am wondering, each one of our current major city goals to me are really important and foundational to what we're doing. And I love the language. I think we can probably mess around with clarifying some of the stuff, but I love what we're doing with those. But I wonder if they belong more in terms of a value statement that underpins then our actual work items that we do. So here are the values that drive then all of the actual work items that happen. Because sometimes I think we're kind of arbitrarily trying to place these work items underneath these major city goals where, as we talked about a little bit earlier, we have all of these tasks that we do as a city that then feel like they get excluded by these major city goals that we have. And so in wordsmithing right now, I'm open to simplifying and doing bullets or rewording things to clarify. I think that these are really important conversations, but I'd also really like to visit the conversation of what are we trying to achieve with our major city goals right now.
Thank you. Yes, I think there's this interesting balance of we have all of the core services, whether it is getting people clean water or whether it is making sure people feel as though they belong in our community. Those are all core, and there's a whole spectrum in there. And if we were to give a 30-second elevator pitch about our community, I feel like the major city goals should be able to say, this is what other hat. This is what the city of San Luis Obispo stands for. And so I feel like paragraphs and paragraphs under each major city goal has not maybe lent us to the most easy way to help our community understand what we stand for, or if a new community member comes along and says, so what are you doing this year? What does that look like? So my thought was to eliminate a lot of what is already in our strategic plans, because really our strategic plans are our priorities of what we said. We're going to focus on the Parks and Rec, we're going to or the blueprint, we're going to focus on Vision Zero, we're going to focus on the transportation plan. These are these things that I feel like could be underneath these major city goals and kind of bulleted out. So for me though, the sustainability or sustainable transportation is something I don't want lost, because safety is definitely true, and improving the way our community gets around, or our community members gets around our community, is so important. There's obviously, we've been doing so much infrastructure around bikes and different ways that you roll and stroll around our community, but there's also for people who take buses or want to take buses in our short-term or short-range transit versus our longer-range transit, getting connected with the county and RTA. We've done a lot of changes, but I think we need to make sure we're continuing to do those changes. And if we don't have the sustainable transportation somewhere clearly in our major city goals, I think people will think we've taken that out. And while open space is totally important, and I'm not questioning that at all, if we don't say the words transportation somewhere, that's going to, sustainable transportation, that concerns me, especially as we look at federally recently potentially seeing some major loss in funding, how are we going to move people around our community is a concern to me. So I want to figure out as we continue with this summer is how we simplify what we're saying. And so I really like where you're going, Vice Mayor, the climate action sustainability, whether it has those words, we can wordsmith that later, but and clearly having bullets underneath, which then of course, go into the work plans later and all of that. But I think just being able to simply say, what do we do? What do we care about? How can you quickly look at in one page, not having to go through pages and pages to figure out what we mean, I think is really important. Vice Mayor.
Oh, that's me. Yeah, so I totally appreciate everything that everybody has said. And so the few bullet points that I put in my pre-work, I hear you, Councilmember Marks. Open space is very, very important and seems valuable enough to be in our top line. I also hear you, Mayor, that sustainable transportation, active transportation, those are things that showed up again at the top of everybody's priority lists in all of our community feedback. And so if we were to propose bullets under, say, climate action sustainability, the first one that I put in my work, pre-work, was acquisition and care for open space and parklands. That would be one suggested bullet. The next would be implementation of active transportation plan, mass transit plans. We can continue to wordsmith those or ask staff to help us with that. Then implementation of climate action plan and lead by example plans. And then I wrote sustainability in all practices, and that was just my way of saying we need to operationalize climate action, resiliency measures, sustainability into all of the work that we do. So just, again, some examples or ideas of what some of those shorter bullet points would be under the main heading.
Nice, thank you. Do you want to go to the next one?
So
you have to put your mic, there you go.
sorry. So magic wand, those are on the next slide. So yeah, thank you. Dun, dun, dun. So you can't see that. I can see it. There's two slides here. I know this again is an eye chart, but there's a lot in there that would need to be fixed up a bit. But I think that this is helpful to hear because I think that there was some synthesis of this amongst you in both the candidate goals, additional candidate goals that were submitted, had a title, as you saw, with some bulleted items. Many of you wrote in your worksheets, how do we simplify maybe some of those definitions, those big paragraphs? I think, Mayor, to your point about if you can't remember to recite it, but could you rattle off 5 or 6 goals that the city is working on? That would probably be much easier for people to understand their voice was heard. And so within these, what we could be moving towards, and again, this isn't necessarily where we want to focus our conversation right now, because we want to get to the heart of the work you want to see within these. But it could be identified with a title and then some high level, what are those bodies of work? And then what I did was I pulled the various action items that you all had identified and put them, to the best of my knowledge, this obviously needs subject matter experts that your staff are, to then make sense of that, right? So it has, and it just so happened that Vice Mayor Shoresman had identified these upper level bullets that you see there, and then there's a culmination of your ideas that are listed under these action items, which smartly connect with the items you've heard in the community forum and the survey. So you have here, there's a couple there which you heard Vice Mayor Shoresman articulate: acquisition and care for open space and parklands, and a variety of specific items to be worked on there, and then implementation of climate action plan and lead by example tasks. And then there were 2 more. So the implementation of the active transportation plan, you can see that piece, and then sustainability in all practices, which was a nod to that. How do we weave this in operationally? So that could be a direction you all could provide as we get through all of these towards the end of the day. You could provide that direction to staff to say, hey, organize them a bit more in this type of a format as opposed to paragraphs. And then this evolves because the action items evolve each 2-year financial plan cycle. If that's helpful to have a visual of what it could be.
That is, thank you very much.
Are we ready to move on to looking at diversity, equity, and inclusion at a high level, or would you like to dive deeper?
Oh, we have one more for Councilmember Marks.
Please.
Yeah, I just want to say that I think transportation is really important on its own, outside of climate action. It is a way that we can address climate action, but to me, that's one of the reasons that I proposed infrastructure and transportation as a separate city goal. I think it's a big enough chunk of what we have called climate action, open space, and sustainable transportation. I just as soon see sustainable transportation or safe transportation, whatever we want to call it, as part of its own kind of goal. So I think we're packing too much into climate action, open space, and sustainable. I'd like to unpack it, and I don't think it would hurt anything to have another major city goal if it's that important to people. So, thank you.
Thank you. I think unpacking these is a really good idea. And I think we'll have to continue to, as we get to the end, I feel like we're kind of, we're writing it out, we're putting out brainstorming ideas right now. Clearly, we can't add all of them and have 10 major city goals. It doesn't work either. So we'll have to figure that out in the end of all of today, but we'll come back to that. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Marks. I appreciate your comment there. Something that I think is really challenging here is that with the titles, by trying to be inclusive of the things that are most important in some ways, then we are at risk of kind of excluding things that are also really important values to us and to the community. And so I think what I'm seeing here, I really love this organization where we've got these kind of subheadings. And then we run into the challenge too, if we start to pull out transportation and other elements. Obviously there's a huge nexus between what we do with our transportation networks and with our climate action, right? That's a huge piece of it. So again, I kind of come back to that idea of, are these our value statements, our values that then are the big overarching structure of our goals, and then our goals are more concrete pieces that then fall underneath that. Coming into the implementation of the active transportation plan, sustainability in all practices, those are our goals, and they can be a multitude of goals. And we have our values that then are the things that we weave into all of those different things.
And I will say, we do have a mission statement that has our values so not that we can also rename that, but I just want to make sure as we talk about this, there's our values in that, and then there's the major city goals and priorities, like what are we doing with our budget? That's what this is, versus our values are over here on this mission statement. They should, of course, align, but I just want to make sure we are careful, because that'll get really confusing after a while if we keep talking about the values and the priorities.
I absolutely understand that, and I guess that's why I'm kind of bringing it up is we have this vision statement, we have our mission statement, we have all of these different pieces, and do our major city goals need to be slightly more concrete so that, yes, we are addressing all of those things that we've laid out in our mission and our vision, and making sure that we have all of the language included in there that we want from our major city goals that we currently have. But do we need to restructure how we're approaching this entirely, I guess, is kind of a question I'm throwing out to the masses up here.
And I think we were going to get to that, but we wanted to get to all 4 of the current MCGs so that we can get through what I'm hearing, what we all are hearing from each other are important in each of those 4 that we're about to leave and move into something different.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Okay. So our next one is diversity, equity, and inclusion. And there was some suggestions by more than one of you to say, do we strike from the current paragraph here describing the work, to instead of saying recommendations on the DEI task force, to say advancing the DEI strategic plan, since there has been significant work done to create a strategic plan that specific to DEI that identifies those action pieces. And so that would be a pretty natural evolution of your work in this space. There was a suggestion that maybe we change the title to say something like diverse, inclusive, and culturally vibrant, as opposed to labeling it just as diversity, equity, and inclusion as a title. So that was a suggested title change.
I would say let's hold off on the title change because that's a part of that future discussion. I know in our past life in 23 that we were looking at diversity, equity, inclusion, talking about helping everyone in the community see themselves here, know they belong, have the resources they need, the access they need. And culturally vibrant was a little bit more on the economic side of businesses, making sure we have back to the businesses that are kind of a complement in the sense to people that businesses and services, people who don't see the services they need and have to leave hours away to be able to get their food or get their different services they need. So it was not necessarily one and the same issue. Also, when you take into the public art and all of that, that was kind of the cultural vibrancy that we were talking about. So not that we can't combine those, but I just want to make sure that we're understanding those are two different worlds that can be combined and complementing, but don't want to lose those in this. Vice Mayor Shorsman.
Yeah, so you want to go down through each one of us again? Okay, so so to me, I think the suggestions that are, strike throughs here make sense. I do want to ask the mayor, because she has more history with the DEI task force than I do, would we be leaving something important out of that was in the DEI task force recommendations that are not in the strategic plan?
I was actually one of the people who made this suggestion as well, because a lot of what was in the DEI task force became the Office of DEI and became the plan. I do think if this does happen, obviously a direction to staff would be, especially since we don't have the DEI manager right now, we're recruiting, to make sure that they are looking at the rest of everything that was in that task force proposal and see if there's anything that's missing. I think that would be really important. I do know that there were things we could not get to at all in the next 5 years. We knew that. So, but they were still issues that were in our community that we needed to talk about. So back to that kind of that bike rack in a sense, I think there were some things on the task force that ended up in the bike rack that I don't want to see those slipping through, but they don't have to be the title of our major city goal. I think it's more of the work.
Okay, cool. I wanted to make sure that we weren't leaving anything out from the task force if we took that language away, and if it all pretty much folded into the strategic plan in some, then we're good. Otherwise, I actually like the idea of including a cultural aspect in with diversity, equity, and inclusion, because I think that that they have been so intertwined in the work that we've been doing in terms of a lot of the grant making, and I see the nexus with the economic development piece between, but there's also a lot of the arts things that we have done in the city have really tried to bolster a feeling of welcoming and inclusivity. So have the grant making programs. I think this folds in some of the work with the Adobes also in a way that just makes a little bit more sense to me. But I would think, again, if we chose a different top line phrase for our pillar or priority area or whatever we want to call it, that we could have bullets underneath that made sure it clarified that this included the work of the task force and the DEI strategic plan, as well as some of those other arts and grant making and things below it.
Nice, thank you. Councilmember Boswell.
Yeah, on this one, I didn't suggest any changes on this one. I took the approach of I went through and kind of scanned the DEI strategic plan to see if they were using some different language or if there were some other kind of keywords, and I kind of came away feeling like, no, this is if you read particularly the kind of front matter in that strategic plan. This is still very much consistent with the framing of that plan. They would add words, and so I probably don't want to do it, but they have a nice turn of phrase in here where they say diversity is celebrated, inclusion and equity are embedded. And I did like that, but I tried rewriting something like that, and I was like, okay, that's clunky. So I ended up just saying, I think this works. Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you. Just a quick follow-up question. You had mentioned that a few of the items from the DEI task force had been sort of bike racked, and I was wondering if we have a clear idea of what those are and where they live currently, if they didn't make it into the strategic plan.
Not 100% because they really were larger processes that we knew, again, couldn't be done in this time period. Also, the office needed to be fully up and running before some of these next things could be done, could be executed or implemented. So until we have a full manager again in the office up and running again, I don't want to put jobs in place that people can't necessarily do.
Yeah, I also am in favor of changing of the language as long as nothing is lost in the work that has been done. It was another person who made the recommendation to simplify that language or to change the language to indicate that, you know, there is a strategic plan in place and that we are operationalizing it. Yeah, I would be in favor of the changed language. I did like Councilmember Boswell's language suggestion, but I can see how we don't want to get into wordsmithing and making it too clunky at this stage.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Yeah, well, I think it's important to maybe, and I agree with the title change because I think that the recommendations of the DEI task force were sort of a baseline for the formation of the strategic plan, as I recall. So I think it's all there. Plus, the task force doesn't exist anymore. So, you know, it's become, we're using the word embedded in the strategic plan. I do, maybe this comes later when we're talking about the bullet points that would be under this title. I do want to see us broaden the understanding of the general public that we're not just talking about racial or ethnic minorities, but we're talking about everybody. And even though we're saying all, sometimes DEI has a connotation that is more narrow than it's inaccurate. The connotation's inaccurate, but I think it would be good to, you know, especially talk about reaching out to new residents, new permanent residents and students, also supporting senior mental health services, and you know, making sure that the whole volunteer program, I don't know if we want to mention that in the bullet points later, but to just under this umbrella of DEI in some way indicate that we're really talking about everybody and not just a small number of people. So thank you.
Yes, and we made sure of that as the council in that DEI strategic plan, as we put the little asterisk to make sure that the entire, every single person wasn't included in the mission statement of that DEI strategic plan. But we talked about, I mean, of course, it's ableism, it's ages, it's faith, it's so many different aspects beyond, of course, the racial and LGBTQ plus identities. So that's kind of why I thought it made sense, because the DEI strategic plan is referring to everyone in our community truly feeling included. And then when we go back to transportation, for example, if DEI is really true in our community, then transportation will also include people who are in many different abilities. And how do we do that? And what does that look like? Whether it's in the road infrastructure, whether it's in the actual vehicle, bus infrastructure, where do we go from there? So I don't necessarily need to include the sustainable transportation in this, but I just want to make sure that's just kind of how we think about Yes, operationalizing in every single, including people in every single department. And I remember having those conversations of, well, how is Public Works going to think about DEI? What does that look like? And we had a lot of those conversations at that time. Happy to revisit those at a future date if we wish to. Okay, I think we've all gone. Let's move forward.
Okay, so our next current major city goal is titled Economic Resiliency, Cultural Vitality, and Fiscal Sustainability. There was a suggestion to maybe clean up the descriptor here to say the support a diverse, inclusive, culturally vibrant community along with fiscally responsible city operations. So it keeps those aspects in there. It was just really, I think, a wordsmithing, although you can all articulate if you feel differently about that. There were some nods with the title change suggestions. You can see those first two just flip-flopped, cultural and economic vitality versus economic and cultural vitality. In those, there were some thoughts about maybe fiscal sustainability is really although critical, that it really is a core aspect of the work. And so does that need to be listed as part of the major city goal titling, even though it says in the descriptor there along with fiscally responsible city operations. And then a couple other suggestions that maybe it's fiscal responsibility and sustainability, and then a suggestion around responsible government and economic vitality. So that's the culmination of the pre-work and conversations on this one.
Thank you. Sorry, I was trying to find the one that I sent because I knew I had one more comment in there, so I was just trying to get there. I apologize. Councilmember Boswell.
Yeah, I'll get us started. This is one I probably struggled with the most. It feels a little catch-all at times. I mean, that's a risk with all of them, I think, but this one particularly kind of stood out to me that way. And so I had a few thoughts. My first thought was, let's just get rid of this one and handle these issues in a different way. I know it's hard to get rid of them though. But I'm going to work backwards. First, I do think we can pull fiscal sustainability out. I mean, I feel like has to be a given with how we do business. I mean, I feel like, anyways, I feel like if I'm always looking for how can we shorten any of these, like what could we possibly take out? And that's the thing I felt like we could simply take out and acknowledge in some other way. Although I think we do effectively acknowledge it in the mission and goals that we have for the budgeting process. On cultural vitality, which got mentioned in the previous one as well, and even a little bit in the first one. So I feel like we're struggling maybe with where to house that set of ideas or concepts. I had even, I don't think it showed up here, I had even in my notes thought about pulling that out sort of as its own, but linking it, broadening it a little bit. I didn't have a good word, so I put the word play, because I was also trying to think a little more, I don't know, interesting or, speaking a little more to the public. But under this, I was thinking about, because I was looking at all the different themes that were popping up from the public comment, but under here would be things like the cultural arts, open space and hiking, parks and recreation, the things that we're doing when we're not at work and we're trying to relax and enjoy ourselves and rejuvenate ourselves. And, there were a ton of comments about the cultural arts from the community forum. But the interesting part I took from that, not was the number, that was interesting too, but was really how a lot of people wrote about this and what it does for them and what it does for the community. And so that's sort of what began to motivate this notion of play, or whatever we could end up calling it. But putting together those things into a new category that might be reformulated. I'm not sure what we do with that economic resiliency, though, and that might either go, there might be a place to move it, or it might go as its own category. But I did have a question about this too from those of you who did this 2 years ago. is, how did we choose the term resiliency? 2 years ago, we were still kind of coming out of COVID and the economic impacts. Was that sort of motivating, as opposed to saying economic development, which is the more common term, or,
Yeah, it was
we could talk about
definitely,
like workforce development as well. We could sort of broaden the notion of economic development. So I was trying to, I'd written that down at one point, like economic and workforce development, but anyhow. So those are some of my thoughts, but yeah, this is the one I'm probably struggling with the most as to what to do with it if we keep it.
and just to answer that question, definitely it had a lot to do with coming out of COVID. We were still at that point where, and quite honestly, a lot of businesses are still struggling from COVID. And that struggle was brought to us quite a bit from community members as far as we're still at this business grant section. What do we do? So just kind of thoughts on that. All right, Vice Mayor Shoresman.
Yeah, so my suggestion was the responsible government and economic vitality. I'm going to be totally honest. I did not make those up on my own. I was Googling lots of different cities to see how they tackle this. And Boulder has responsible, we're often compared to Boulder, and responsible government is one of theirs. And so I thought that kind of folded in the, just thought it interplayed better with economic vitality. And as you know, I already kind of thought that we should pull cultural vitality out and put it with the DEI. So I thought sort of top line areas underneath this new group would be responsible government and economic vitality would be like provision of basic services and looking at customer service and response. Is our government responding to the community? Sustainable financial planning and payment of our obligations, including pension, and then supporting business development, living wage jobs, and increasing economic opportunity in general. So that's kind of how I agree with you, Councilmember Boswell. I had a little more trouble making the nexus between the two remaining things in this once I pulled cultural vitality out, but that's the way I thought about it. But I'm not totally, I like the way that you kind of wordsmith this if we did take cultural vitality out and put that somewhere else. I don't know if economic development or economic resiliency needs to be its own separate thing, or if it's just operationalized enough and we have a team that works on it that it could go away completely. Same idea almost with fiscal sustainability. Maybe that's already embedded in what we do. I'm open to other ideas on this one.
Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Well, I was going for economic and cultural vitality as its own goal, and I think it's important to include in that a focus on the downtown. Which, when you look at our priorities, the community responses, I think most of my comments come from my understanding of how the community has really what they care about the most, right? And so support a thriving and sustainable local economy. That's my main focus for the next 2 years, is to really support our local everything. Including focus on the downtown, and encourage local culture, arts and education, and the cultural arts district, protect and maintain historical resources, partnering with nonprofits. The reason that I think they go together, you could call it economic resiliency, you could call it economic development, but economic vitality, I mean, what we're talking about is what we hear from the chamber and from the arts community and from the businesses, which is that they go together. That in terms of our whole tourism, wish to be an attractive city, the downtown is what makes it attractive. But the arts really are huge. And like in terms of the loan that I guess it was a grant that we gave SLO Rep. Part of the rationale for that was very straightforward. We think this is going to improve the local economy by drawing people here. So I think they go together. You'll hear from the business community that the arts are really important. You hear from the arts community, not only are we supporting artists, but we are actually contributing to the overall economic well-being of our city. And they will come up with these figures. I don't know where they get them, but $1 million or, whatever. So I think they go together. Now, in terms of fiscal responsibility and sustainability, I have to say I'm the one who came up with that as one of the possible, let's see. Oh, yeah, fiscal responsibility and sustainability. I called that out separately after talking with Summer. I said, well, maybe that could move to economic and cultural vitality. But again, are we packing too much in? So maybe that is another standalone we'd want to consider. Or maybe if we go along with what Councilmember Boswell was saying, it's sort of a given. Do we have to call it out as a goal to pay down PERS pension liability? It's something we want to do, it's something we're dedicated to, but does it need to be a strategic goal for the next 2 years? This kind of thing. So anyway, I'm willing to stick with economic and cultural vitality myself.
Thank you, Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you to my colleagues for all the interesting comments on this one. I too, like Councilmember Boswell, saw this as a bit of a catch-all and attempted to simplify the language here. Though I didn't necessarily parse out the cultural elements, though that's a really interesting discussion since we do already house our public arts inside of Parks and Rec, and do we want to kind of think about those as a one piece of what we're doing? But as Councilmember Marks pointed out, we also really think about a lot of our investment in arts as an investment in our thriving economy. And so I'm not there yet, but I think we should continue this conversation about that. I think it's really interesting. I had focused on the idea of essentially using the language that's there to reinforce a thriving, sustainable local economy, as well as a diverse, inclusive, and vibrant community culture. Did not love that language, but kind of was where I started. I think that there's some interesting pieces that you all are bringing up here. I think probably I would like to keep culture and the economy kind of tied together, since that tends to be how we think about our investments from the city's perspective. Vice Mayor Shoresman brought up the idea of using the phrase responsible government, which I think might be maybe not the language that we want, but something in that world. Might be a useful way of just kind of retaining some of the fiscal responsibility and some of the other elements that we continue to focus on, like the PERS payments. So I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate the Boulder connection. Not a fan of the responsible government, but that's not what we're here for today at this moment. I do think that fiscal responsibility and economic vitality should be the title that's combined, or I mean, not that title, but it should be combined, because I mean, not just do we need to make sure that we continue to focus on unfunded pension liability. That is one of our main focuses that we have to keep front and center. But our community has all these amazing services and opportunities because we have been fiscally responsible. And this has been something we focused on ages ago, decades ago. Literally did one of my master's projects on this, and I graduated in 2004, so it was a while ago. I can't see that not being front and center, especially in the time when we're potentially looking at losses. To me, I just think that's really important. And can you remind me, city manager or whoever is appropriate, the CADPIS, the Cultural Arts District parking structure, when is that going to be finished?
I believe we are showing fall of Thank you.
Okay, so it's
January
within this time
2026.
period. So
That's right,
I
within
really
this.
look at, like, I see us, when we think about major city goals and priorities, I see us focusing on that cultural arts aspect for the next couple of years, even higher than we have before, because the Rep will be opening. We're trying to really continue to create this cultural arts district. The Mission Plaza will be done. And that where those millions of dollars come from is many times we've had economic impact reports showing us the economic impact of cultural arts. So I think that to me is important. I don't know that it has to be this exact role or this exact goal, but I do think that showing that is important. I am potentially open to the cultural aspect being added to the DEI goal, but I do think that this is some of the wording that I did add was that support a diverse, inclusive, and culturally vibrant community, because that would tie in together with that economic impact as well as our fiscal responsibility. Paying down the unfunded pension liability is definitely not cultural. That's not exciting. But it is a priority of ours. And so when I think about major city goals priority, that's why I wanted to include that. I also think that as we continue to grow or support our small businesses, a lot of them do end up downtown. And that has been, the business grants have been really supportive to take people from a small, tiny restaurant to a larger restaurant. A current business that's not necessarily a cultural business, but being able to expand to different communities because of maybe translation services or something of that sort. So I think there's an aspect of the cultural and the economic that do go together. I don't think it needs to be in the top of the title, but I'm open to that as well. So I look forward to having more of that conversation that Councilmember Boswell and Francis, you both mentioned. Vice Mayor Shoresman.
Yeah, if we go to a format where we have sort of top line pillars or phrases and then bullet points, the other thing that struck me about the term responsible government, which fits with fiscal responsibility also, is that important value of that we know we are here first and foremost to provide core services. And core services doesn't really appear, I mean, it appears in our work plan in a bazillion different ways, but the emphasis doesn't appear in these goals. So I don't know if maybe that's a bullet point in one of whatever we come up with in the end too.
And I think that's part of the, community confusion, but probably for all of us, is we're saying that these major city goals are in addition to our core services. And so is that what, when I look at our page of major city goals, that's kind of in the beginning on the top. But again, back to that elevator pitch, is that something that we need to actually share out more before we get into the titles, for lack of a better word? So for future conversation, Summer. All right, so I don't see any more questions or comments. I'll move us forward to the next topic.
Great. So the final major city goal, and then we'll take a look at the 3 additional goals that were proposed. There was not a lot of request for edits to the paragraph here. One recommendation was maybe changing the word right at the top there of support the expansion of housing options for all, to change that to support the creation of housing options for all. So that was a suggestion there. And then the title change suggestions took on some different elements here. So one around housing homelessness, but adding in tenant protection. Another option, healthy, safe, livable. And then a third around housing for social, economic, and neighborhood balance. There also was a suggestion that maybe this ought to be separated into 2 different goals. And so the one being increase housing quantity, safety, and overall livability. And that description really is the first part of the description that's already listed above. And then the second goal potentially becoming reduce and prevent homelessness. And that has essentially the second half of the description of the current housing and homelessness goal.
Thank you. One thing I want to make sure is whatever we do in this realm with the housing, we do still have to remember or help the community know that we don't build the housing. So I want to be careful with our wording when it comes to wordsmith times. Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Yeah, we kind of had this conversation 2 years ago, and I feel that that housing and homelessness really go together. In that the reason that we have homelessness is that people don't have housing, right? And so the best way to prevent someone from becoming homeless is to make sure that they're not evicted, and that gets us into tenant protections. So I had suggested housing for social, economic, and neighborhood balance. In that we'd be facilitating affordable, supportive senior workforce housing, continue to work with partners to support services for the unhoused, and then I've suggested, well, we'll get into this more with when we get into the bullet points, but also renter protection policies. There's been a lot of mention about the rental registration program and code enforcement. That could be something in several different categories. But I do think that that's what we're talking about. People are being forced out of housing if they just live paycheck to paycheck and they can't make that next rental payment, or they don't have the first and last deposit that you have to put down. And I just have to say this, that there is a myth out there that a lot of people have bought into, and that's the idea that if we have more housing, the prices are going to go down. And I'm sure that that works in, Indiana or someplace else, but not in the city of San Luis Obispo. We have more housing, and the market price of housing is going up. So like in San Luis Ranch, houses that were sold for $700,000 3 years ago are now over $1 million. And they're building more and more houses, right? And there's going to be more and more houses in Avila Ranch, and I think we're getting maybe built out. But the market is what determines the price of housing. And the reason I'm bringing that up is that the building industry has really tried to convince us that facilitating more and more housing, even though we know that that puts a tremendous stress on our budget, because we have to provide basic services, police, fire, and you name it, streets and roads and infrastructure and all that. So I'll get off my soapbox, but I do think that affordable, supportive senior and workforce housing for the next 2 years, that should be a priority, not housing in general, not just like more housing. And you're right, we don't build it, but we continually get pressure from the chamber and from the housing community, the building community, to do things like eliminate our impact fees and improve their bottom line. So anyway, I think they all go together. I'm saying housing for social, economic, and neighborhood balance. It could be called something else, but the quality of life in our neighborhoods, the unaffordability of housing, and people becoming homeless, that all to me, it's all tied together. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Shorsman.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Marks. I can appreciate, I think housing and homelessness it's not enough anymore. It's not an inclusive. I remember very well the conversation we had about this 2 years ago, and whether they should be separate or whether we should join them together and what should be included in that. And I think what we've heard from the community over the last couple of years is it's more than just housing and homelessness. It's creating livable, walkable communities that have safe housing, that have different types of housing, that support seniors and support all sorts of different family types and people who live in different types of housing. And so I guess I looked at this more from what kind of environment do we want to create, and what are the types of policies and work plan items that we would do to create that type of environment. So healthy, safe, and livable is the one that I came up with, actually kind of based on, I was riffing off of the the tables at our community forum when we all talked about adding livable in some way, because to me that folds in some of the tenant protection concepts that people have been advocating for, and some of the healthy housing concepts. We've had quite a few requests for smoke-free environments in multifamily housing. We've worried about the type of environment that our renters are living in. We've worried about eviction, protections. So to me, just maybe, I like the housing for social, economic, and neighborhood balance. That kind of has a similar, except that it just then still focuses on housing. So that doesn't necessarily cover all the things that maybe would be involved in creating a safe environment either. I guess I see that there's a nexus between, looking back at the new ones that were added, there's a nexus between strengthening community sense of well-being and public safety. And so I was kind of trying to come up with something that would merge or emphasize the outcome that we would want. So anyway, that's where I'm at. But I also we could keep wordsmithing this all day.
Thank you. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you. I like where this conversation is going so far. I feel like we're kind of getting at the same directions between the two of you. I do kind of lean towards that healthy, safe, and livable bullet point, though I feel like it's leaving out the affordability equation there. I think that Councilmember Marks was kind of trying to get at that with the economic and social element. I don't know if we just add in another piece that is healthy, safe, livable, affordable. I know that feels a little pie in the sky since we only have so many levers that we can pull here at the city level, but I think that is probably top line for most of our community, is making sure that they can access housing, and that gets into that whole piece with homelessness and homelessness prevention. So I think that we need to include that piece of affordability somewhere in there, particularly since, what we've been making some really good progress on deed restricted housing, and we need to keep pushing in that direction. Definitely want to make sure that we're including the new piece, which really didn't appear anywhere in our last go around with that safe element, and that gets at our tenant protections, and however we say that, it needs to show up somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to jump in, Councilmember Boswell. So I have said this for all 6 years. I've been on this council I just don't understand how we are not separating housing and homelessness. At this point, when I first came on this council, I remember the previous city manager was like, well, but we don't do homelessness. That is the county's job. That is the state's job. I hear that, but that is not what it's been. And literally every single department we have has to deal with challenging aspects of homelessness on a regular basis. People who are unhoused, it's more than just housing. Some people it's housing, some people it's maneuvering financing, some people it's getting into resources such as mental health and substance abuse, misuse resources. Some people it is just the pure affordable aspect, whether it is low income, whether it is missing middle, whether it's seniors. All of these things may not necessarily be at the city level. It may be that we have to have navigators that help maneuver through the county process, through the state process. How do we merge, help people braid their streams of income, of whether it's Social Security, disability, et cetera. These are things that, yes, are caseworker issues, but yet we are consistently working with these issues. Community members and business owners are consistently coming to us. We have the MCU that's been expanded. We have the community action team that's been expanded, and we could use more of that for that matter. So I don't understand how we cannot separate those two issues. I think when we talk about increasing housing quantity, we need increasing safety and increasing the neighborhood livability. When we talk about the identities of neighborhoods, there's the fun, are we the Lowbro District, the Mojo, sorry, I cringe every time because I can't stand that name, but that's okay. The different districts and their different names, and does that bring some identity, not just in businesses, but also in community members of like, hey, we live together, we live in the same area. Hey, we know Officer Joe. Hey, we know there's a coffee shop in the area. Hey, did you know that person that's coming into our community? Hey, my nails keep getting stolen, as per we've seen from people. Our construction materials keep getting stolen. Hey, let's talk to each other. I feel like we have two very intensely vibrant, diverse conversations around homelessness versus housing. So not that they don't come together. A lot of our major city goals clearly complement each other. But I'd love to hear from you all why you don't feel like homelessness should be a separate issue. Councilmember Boswell.
I didn't know if somebody wanted to follow directly on that. Okay. Yeah, on this one, you know, if we're going for the strategy of sort of having fairly simple titles with bullet points, then probably housing and homelessness generally works as a good title. But let me make a few comments. One, I suggested adding something around tenant protection. I couldn't decide whether that should be in the literal title or how we would make that more clear, but you know, 60% of our residents the majority of us are renters in this community, and I think we ought to speak a little more directly to that and acknowledge that a little more directly. I really like, though, this idea that Vice Mayor Shorsman has suggested around, rather than just saying housing, which really doesn't say anything about what kind of housing we want or really what we're trying to accomplish with creating more housing in the community. I'm really liking that idea of trying to come up with language that would more indicate that. So I think I'd be supportive of heading that direction. Mayor Stewart, your comment on housing homeless, this is one I go back and forth with too, because on the one hand, they are highly related to each other. And so it certainly makes some logical sense, certainly when you don't have a lot of categories, you know, this makes logical sense to combine. But, you know, there was maybe, you know, as campaigning this fall, there was maybe 2 or 3 issues that darn near everyone I talked to had something to say about, and one of them was homelessness. And certainly, you know, when I hear from the community, they see that as an issue for the community. Now, not everybody sort of understands how that works, and that, you know, there's only so much the city can do, and we're highly dependent on and regulated by the state, and of course we're very dependent on the county to address those. But you know, we certainly do a lot on homelessness anyhow, through the various programs that we've implemented particularly over the last few years. So I could certainly see pulling that out, particularly as a way of communicating to the public that we've heard that this is a major concern for them. It also, there might be a way to do it too that would allow us to broaden that discussion, as you've suggested, beyond just the housing aspect of homelessness, right? Which, when you put it with housing, it's like, okay, the only problem to solve here is get somebody in a house, which is not the only problem to solve. So, yeah, thanks.
Thank you. And Vice Mayor Shorsman, as the HSOC chair, I figured you might have some things to say.
Yeah, so I, 2 years ago, was an advocate for keeping housing and homelessness together for some of the same reasons that I would still do it today. The main reason that we have homelessness is that we have, I mean, I'm way oversimplifying, but is that we don't have enough affordable housing for people to live in, and we don't have enough services and permanent supportive housing that wrap all the services around people who have other needs that can't take care of themselves in a home. So I feel like they are intricately connected. I also feel like homelessness is a huge problem, and we have done, some would say, more than our fair share. And not to say that that should stop, because we have implemented some things that have helped our entire community, not just our homeless individuals, that have helped get at some of the more serious issues that result from homelessness. So to me, they're still very intricately connected. The other thing is if we're going to pull out housing and homelessness, I would feel just as strongly about pulling out climate action and sustainable transportation. And then we kind of get to the issue that we're talking about, where we could have a list of 10 goals. So to me, it makes more sense to make this goal more inclusive of all the things that make our housing safe, affordable, to prevent homelessness, and to provide the services to our community like CAT and MCU. So I think obviously I like healthy, safe, and livable, but we could also do something like social, economic, and neighborhood balance, and even maybe take the housing word out of that or tweak it and put all of the things that relate to housing and homelessness and safety underneath that as well, because I see the social and economic in the neighborhood. I know that there's a lot of people in our community that have used the term neighborhood wellness for a long time to get at some of the neighborhood conflict issues, especially around Cal Poly. So I could see the value of using the term neighborhood, but I've always had trouble with the term neighborhood wellness because I don't think it really describes the issue that we've been talking about related to that, which is that conflict in the neighborhoods between students and longtime residents. So by making the top line terms, maybe a little bit more aspirational with healthy, safe, livable, we could have bullet points that include some of the things that we've been doing, support and partner with others to reduce and prevent homelessness, promote deed, restricted, affordable, and missing middle and other non-traditional housing types, efforts to ensure that housing is safe and healthy, and continue to strive for diverse neighborhoods that foster safety and community building. That kind of, and we could add other bullets, but those were just, in my mind, why I wouldn't want to just leave it housing and homelessness and would want to make it more expansive rather than breaking the two apart.
Thank you. And if we do get to that point, I think also the real understanding from us that people who are unhoused do not appreciate the wording of homelessness. So I just also want to make sure if and when we get to whichever two goals or one goal, that we're supporting people who are unhoused and not necessarily talking about homelessness. So just wanted to add that. Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Well, I want to introduce another aspect to the issue of the unhoused. And that is that the general public is threatened, upset, and made incredibly anxious by some of the conduct that is going on. Okay? So I'm interested in that being part of the equation. So it's not just helping these poor, vulnerable people, and I do feel sorry for them, really. And I've done everything that I can, but I have limits, right? I've done something. We've all done something to try to help these people. But the fact is, I go walking in Mitchell Park. There are kids and parents in the playground, and they come up to me because they recognize I'm on city council, and they say, hey, there's some needles over here in this part of the park. And then my child is afraid to go into the bathroom by himself because there are weird people hanging out in there. This whole phenomenon and just the sight of the garbage and the abandoned items that's out there, people being threatened by people who are possibly housed or unhoused, but they're definitely mentally ill, and they're out there yelling and screaming at the average person. Happened to me when I went to the RAC meeting yesterday outside the library. This great big guy was yelling at me because I wouldn't give him money. So there's this kind of, I want to keep the two goals together, but I'm also supporting what you're saying, but also from the point of view of we're not a social service agency like what the county is supposed to provide. we're looking at the health, safety, and well-being of the whole community. So, perhaps improving community sense of well-being, improving public safety, improving, in some way looking at the fact that people in general are feeling threatened by this situation. And the city, they're depending on us to do something about it. And they're talking about their experience on the streets and even in the downtown. It's like, I won't go to the downtown anymore because of this. So it is a real problem. Where it would fit in our categories, I don't know where we want to put it. Almost every single, you could put it in every single category. But to me, like improving the CAT and the MCU and the community services officers, expanding evening and weekend coverage, that kind of thing, that's not really exactly housing. That comes under public safety or a community sense of well-being or whatever you want to call it. I mean, as Chief Scott has said, and also Chief Tuttle, they have both said, it's not just are you safe, it's do you feel safe? And so I really think that we need to somehow figure out, if that is a priority for the next 2 years, figure out how to phrase it so that it can actually be important and implemented. So, thank you.
But I think if we want to increase the CAT and MCU hours, how does that fit under housing? It doesn't, right?
Yes, there it goes. So I do want to bring us to the final 3 additional goals that were submitted as options. And I think you're doing a nice job of wrestling with how these maybe fit together and what's the right number to land on. I do want to be sensitive to a big part of the conversation we really need to have today, regardless of how we end up distributing these and labeling them and whatnot, is what the work is that you want to see within these. So that's really the direction staff's going to need to build you an appropriate budget to respond to. And I want to give some time to get any clarification on these goals that have been put forward, and also to have a chance for you to speak to those. And then we'll shift into what's the work you're wanting to see within all of these bodies of work. Mm-hmm.
So as far as the 3 additional, I think kind of what we keep talking about is the livability part we like, but the well-being is a hard word because it keeps kind of wrapping things up in a way that isn't necessarily clear. So I don't know that we, again, I'm not trying to wordsmith this today, but it's something to think about for all of us, I think, is that just the word we need to use so that we can fit everything underneath it? Or do we want to be more intentional with that wording? I think is important. So anyway, Vice Mayor Shorsman.
I'll just say what I guess I've implied before. If we go with something a little more broad, other than housing and homelessness, with livable, safe, healthy, livable, safe, I think that the strengthening community sense of well-being, most of those items fit pretty well within that highline category, as do improving public safety, because it has the word safe in it. That can involve pretty much anything related to emergency preparedness or CAT and MCU implementation, as well as the firehouse item that's in there. Infrastructure and transportation, kind of looking through those, I think those would fit nicely in our, whatever we call our climate action transportation goal. So I don't know that it needs to be pulled out separately to kind of go back to the discussion of how many things do we want to pull out separately is their own goal. But I think we could have probably a more detailed discussion about where we think we have the ability to increase and expand services in certain areas, but I'm not sure that that's what you're looking for right now. So that would be a more line item discussion, I would think.
I think so, yeah. I know, I think some of these I would pull out and put them into other line items, absolutely, but we'll get there. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, obviously there's a ton in here that we have been hearing from the public, hearing from us, that we really need to make sure that we're doing, and they really make sense in these subcategories. So I think this is kind of what I was getting at the beginning, that the challenges that we're mentioning with parsing out or combining these major city goals is really, like, I think it's a big conversation we need to have. What is the purpose of our major city goals? Because if they aren't getting at some of these elements, then are they serving the purpose that they need to be serving, or do we need to be rethinking what those categories are, if they exist, if they are called something else? And then we have a lot more of these very specific sort of subcategories, and we're really focused on those as our concrete goals. And I know you told me we weren't going to talk about this till later, but this feels like it's kind of bringing us back around to,
I think this
I'd
is
love
that
to hear
time.
from you guys, what do you think the purpose of these major city goals should be?
No, I do think this is, I mean, this, at this point is that time. I just wanted to go over those 4 that we had gone over, because I do think there is an aspect of, are we talking about just each human should be available to be safe in every aspect of their community? And what does safe mean to each person is different. And our core services, how that goes into providing that wonderful community members experience in our community. That is everything from core to cultural vitality to just enjoying the beautiful fresh air, but that beautiful fresh air comes with a cost. So thinking about what is that holistic, as a person is walking through our community, whether they live here, work here, or play here, what do we care about the most? Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to go back to just the pulse, the general sense of the community that Summer mentioned earlier. I think people right now are feeling pretty anxious and insecure for a lot of different reasons. To answer Councilmember Francis' question, I think somewhere in these next 2 years, we need to address helping people feel like they're being protected and respected by the city. And so, that's why, to me, going back to the open space, natural areas, and active transportation goal, I think that the transportation thing really does need its own focus area, because something like the condition of the streets doesn't really, climate action and climate resilience doesn't actually, how do I say, putting pavement on the streets actually creates a problem in terms of climate action. But we all know that for everybody, if you're driving or if you're bicycling or you got a skateboard, having good pavement is really important for safety. And the point that Councilmember Boswell made earlier about safe streets, the safety part of the streets part still it's not addressed by climate change or resiliency. So that's why I feel that pulling out infrastructure and sustainable transportation from the climate action item, I think it deserves it, and I think it would make people feel good. And this is again the pulse, and also to me, eliminating open space as in the title of a major city goal would make people feel what? Upset. So I'm going to stop right there. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think we've answered all of the initial questions for you, Summer, as far as the, right? No, as far as the things that we want to make sure we're highlighting, but also the challenges we're having with this structure. I think that is, we're going to end up going from 4 to about 40, which doesn't really help anyone. I'm being exaggerative, I know, but it doesn't really help the situation. And we have kind of the values, core services aspect of this process today that has to be discussed as well. So I want to put it back to you for next steps. Okay.
Yeah. We'll get this, Teresa, by the end of the day. Yeah. So thank you for that input. I know that took some time, but I actually think you started to dive into some of the priority aspects that you want to see really be relevant in this financial plan. I want to invite that it's okay if there was more finite goals associated, and the structure can be more than 4 buckets of things, right? That's a way in which the work can be described, and that's work that I think can be, if you want to direct staff to do that, right, that can be handled offline. There is a beauty of there being a smaller number so people can like remember, right? You know, that's why most phone numbers are 7 digits. People can keep that kind of top of mind and whatnot. And the key to this is that you are providing really clear direction on what you want to see prioritized from a resource perspective in these 2 years, right? Knowing that a lot of these things are very large, ongoing bodies of work that might never fall off a plan because the work will never quite be done. They're somewhat unsolvable problems in some of these situations. And so what I really want to shift our attention to, if this is okay with you all, that we take some of the finessing, wordsmithing aspects offline, and knowing that I've taken copious notes, as I know staff, as I hear them tick-tocking their laptops with notes, that we shift to what, regardless of what they may be titled, what do you really see as being the bodies of work you want to see prioritized and focused on in this next 2 years? And then the staff will do some of the hard work to identify, well, how do we maybe bucket some of that? I do want to articulate, you've all heard me say this in the past, this is the messy in the middle aspect of doing this kind of work, because it's not perfect and words do matter and people have lots of opinions about words. And so we want to be really intentional about that. And you're trying to build a strategic plan essentially by consensus, which is not easy to do. So I'd love for us to shift into really identifying your thoughts on the answers to these questions. And maybe we can do this. I was thinking we would do this kind of by each major city goal, but I'm actually wondering if we should do this more comprehensively to say, what do you really see as needing focus over the next 2 years? Kind of what do you see as being, this needs to elevate to a higher prioritization in the next couple years? And with that statement, is this something that you think you would be open to hearing staff's, at a future date, staff's sense of what those trade-offs might be to make those happen, right? So a potential cut in resources or delay in capital projects or that type of thing. And I think we have 2 paths we could take. We can either try to take an earlier break now and then come back to convene that. I don't know if that's possible. And then dive in, so take a 30-minute break now and come back at 12:10 and dive in straight into that and have that be like a consistent conversation flow. Does that feel right?
I'm seeing some head nods to breaking. Yeah, I think it's nice because we'll have kind of dive into the next step would be great. So let's do a little bit of an early break and then go from there.
Excellent. Okay, so 12:10, we'll reconvene.
Wonderful. See you
Great.
then.
Thank you all.
Well, thank you for the break, and Summer Curley, I'll pass it back to you.
Thank you. It worked on the first try. Okay, so just to regroup after the break, what I'd like to ask us to do is shift into a conversation that is both broad and specific in nature. So what I mean by that is to not necessarily go through each major city goal or additional goals, but to really understand, so that's the broad part, that we'll be looking at all of it at one time. But the specific part is to invite you each to share with us what you see in these two questions here, what you really see as being where you want to see focus for the next 2 years, and or things that you feel like need to take a higher priority. It could currently be in a work plan, but you feel like it needs to be accelerated or moved up on the list. And then your sense of if you're willing to make service cuts or capital cuts to make that happen. Again, based upon the conversation we had at the beginning, that you're really in a pretty status quo / deficit type budget situation. And my hope by doing this is the goal that I'm trying to get us to by the end of at 2:00 when we go to public comment, so an hour and 45 minutes, is to hear from each of you on this, and then potentially to propose back to you. I did a little thinking during the break to propose back to you what it might look like, because we started to have some structure conversations, how you might actually break these major city goals up a little bit, and then have very specific work items underneath each of those that really more represent the goals that you want the city staff to be focused on. So that's what the hope is that we're getting to that piece by 2:00. So would love, and Mayor Stewart, I'll invite you to the same process we've been utilizing to hear from everybody. But again, to stay focused on these couple questions, but looking at it across all of the bodies of work that you are wanting to see happen in this next 2-year cycle.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I look forward to this next part of the conversation when we talk a little bit more about the infrastructure. One of the things that we were just kind of commiserating as we were waiting to get back into the meeting is we wish that we could just have a more normal conversation. The riffing off of each other when you're having a conversation when you're all facing each other is very different than this. And hold on 1 second, let 5 more people speak, and then you speak. So we're not sure of a way to make this more smooth, but I do think that when I look at that street map there, has live, work, play, school. That's what we had up, of course, at the community forum. And when I'm thinking about someone who is thinking about moving here, thinking about visiting as a tourist, already has lived here for generations and has seen things change, and they don't have the access that they wish they had, or whether you are just working here and then leaving our community, what is that like? So I think as someone says, what is this community about? I think that's our values aspect, right? That's our. I think we've gotten away from using mission statement, thankfully, and our values and vision statement. And I think that is something that would be good to probably talk about or show on the screen before we get to that next step, because I think it would be good to talk about that before we talk about changing the whole structure. I'm not saying it necessarily needs a big change. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page with that as we continue to move on. Is that something that we can look at?
Looking at the vision and values?
Yes, the vision statement that's currently up on our website.
Yes, we can. It's going to take me a minute to
No
do
worries.
that.
Yeah,
So maybe
thank
we
you.
can start on this
Yep,
conversation.
Thank you. Okay, wonderful. All right, so as far as the what needs focus over the next 2 years and what do you want to see take a higher priority, I'm just going to really quickly say that when I think about the joy of running every 2 years is you get to hear what the majority of the community thinks every 2 years and very vehement feelings about them. And economic development, being unhoused, whether you're the individual is unhoused or the effects of being unhoused, businesses surviving and thriving, our community feeling safe in how they live, whether it's public safety or the safety of their house, which is up to almost 70% now rental. Emergency preparedness becomes always again in someone's mind when they see you know, from Santa Rosa to Riverside to Palisades, San Diego, Oregon, et cetera, the wildfires, just a couple of years ago, our floods. And then how we move around our community, I feel like that has been the other aspect, whether it's public transportation or it's ATP and the infrastructure. So when I think about the gaps that we have in making people feel comfortable that they have access or that they are not fearing or having anxiety, that's kind of how I have been looking at this process. So when I think about the focus of the next 2 years specifically, we also, though, have to continue having that, not in actual capital improvements, but the infrastructure to be able to make sure we're continuing past 2 years. We have so much future that we have to pay attention to. So I think that's one of the things that we don't always talk about during the major city goals, because like, what are we gonna do these next 2 years? Well, we have to make sure we still have the foundation to keep going. As far as what things to cut, I personally have a hard time cutting until we see the actual work plans, because to me, there are aspects of the work plans that I could say, okay, we could push that till 2 years out. But to say the entire overall, let's just push back transportation seems like a very not logical thing to say. So that's where I'm kind of, I struggle with this process of the major city goals priorities when we're not talking about the details of what to trade off. I feel like that's more of an April trade-off conversation, but that's just me at this time. And I'll leave it at that for right now. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, I think I want to ask a clarifying question. Is this a good opportunity for us to be talking about specific work items that we'd love to see elevated? Okay, just wanted to make sure I was bringing the right thing to the table here. So I have kind of a list of like small concrete things, and then I have sort of more large philosophical things. So I'm going to go through it in no particular order. Something I've been hearing up here and from the audience on a pretty regular basis, I want to see us adopt a pretty robust set of tenant protections. And I think that that's going to include a lot of different elements, looking at rental registry, health and safety elements, multifamily smoking ban, some of those different pieces. I know that we'll have some challenges with what does it take to not only put those in place, but then enforce them. And so we're really going to need to work closely with staff about what the trade-offs there are. But I want to have a good understanding of what that would take to put in place. This is kind of one of more of these squishy ones. I want us to focus and evaluate our approach to our unhoused neighbors, kind of looking at, are we using current best practices? Are we allocating resources in the most effective way? Looking at everything that we're doing, because we're doing a lot, and making sure that we're doing a lot in the right direction to help those folks and to ensure that we're really making a difference there. This is another kind of squishy one. But pacing and workload for staff, I know that this has been something we've talked about over the years, and I feel like we're entering another one of those periods where I see a lot of staff members looking really tired, and that's, we're asking a lot. And so being really conscious of whatever work plans we put in place, that the pace and expectations around those really match the staffing that we have attached to it. And that might mean that we need to, keep our goals, but slow them down just a little bit. This was something I just heard the mayor mention, but, emergency response in general, making sure that we have our resiliency and evacuation plans, and coming back to, we had a great emergency response manager who was doing a lot of work around getting the community to these Ready, Set, Go meetings, and we really need to make sure we're ramping that up and keeping a focus on that. All right, now I have a really tiny focused one. Something I keep hearing from community members is some issues coming up with short-term rental housing ordinance and some of the loopholes that we inadvertently left in that program. So I'd love to just take a little look at that and make sure that we're handling that program in the right way. The next one is already on our list, but I think we're encountering some challenges. And so I just want to, it's childcare, a focus on childcare. We had some partnerships in place. I'm hearing that maybe we're facing some challenges going forward with that, and just want to make sure that we're, again, putting our energy and resources into actually making progress on that goal. I have kind of a big one, but also gets into a little more narrow. So something that, this was 2 years ago when I was running, I heard a ton, and I'm hearing a lot again from folks, is that there's a feeling from a lot of families in the community that we don't have enough facilities that are specific to family use, like enough hours in our aquatic center, splash pads, enough parks. You know, we keep hearing about Rigetti Park, that kind of stuff. So just kind of big picture, making sure that we're providing services, coming back to the mayor's point on play here, that we're actually taking care of that piece. And with that, I think, trails infrastructure, mountain bike infrastructure, those kinds of things kind of falls under that piece a little bit too. This is almost kind of the opposite type of question, but I'm a little bit worried about some of the potential investment that some of our infrastructure is going to need, particularly the golf course. And I really need to have a good handle on what type of investment that is going to take in the future years, and how we as a community want to approach that impending investment. So I'd love to have that discussion in more depth. And I think that's it for now, but I'm going to maybe come back.
Thank you. And I do think something I heard from you that I've heard from other people through this budget process is we need some data, we need some assessment and analysis so we can decide to keep going with some of the plans we have, or do we pull back? So back to the bringing things to a higher priority or cutting or slowing, I think is hard to do when we don't have the data. Vice Mayor Schwarzman.
Yeah, thank you. This is really hard, and I appreciate all of the concrete examples as well as sort of the just more conceptual stuff that Councilmember Francis said. And I also agree with you, Mayor, that when it comes to cuts, it's hard to know. Like, I can think that maybe something for me isn't a very high priority, but I don't know if that actually gets us anything in terms of resources. Maybe it's not a very expensive or resource-intensive thing. So it would help me, I think, to know, when looking at a bunch of different menu items of could this go, could this not go, or maybe we could prioritize a list of, 10 or 12 things. What is the value that we get out if we move that thing down lower in the list, then how much room do we have above? I've kind of struggled with that this whole process. I've asked staff, and they've done as good a job as I think they can in sort of quantifying the things in our previous work plans that are done and sort of the things that are checked off the list. But what I'm still having trouble with is how much capacity that gets us. Once somebody finishes something, if it becomes ongoing, that's still a workload that somebody's going to have to maintain. So maybe they don't have any more capacity to take on a new project. So I constantly struggle with how do we know how much capacity people have so that we don't overwork them or put so many things on their list that they can't ever get to anything. So still just something that I struggle with in my mind in this whole process. That said, from the community and from all the feedback that we've gotten, and from what I heard 2 years ago and what I still hear every day when people stop me on the bike path or in the grocery store, the probably two top concerns that I hear from people are things about transportation, active transportation infrastructure, and housing and homelessness issues, about that it's, it's either not affordable to live here, or the housing isn't safe, or they don't feel like they can breathe in their housing because they live in a multifamily unit and there's smoke issues or that sort of thing, or that there's no park nearby. We hear a lot about Rigetti Park in particular. So I guess drilling down on those and other topics, I echo a lot of what Councilmember Francis said with the interest in rental registry, and childcare, a lot of feedback about South Higuera Street, which we talked about 2 nights ago, Foothill, the active transportation project there, as well as Broad Street. I hear a lot about those 3 projects from community members. I'm also conscious that, in the next couple of years, we have some things that we're obligated to do that maybe don't rise to the top of our own personal list of major city goals, but we've committed to doing a lot of things around engaging people around voting rights and enhancing community awareness about people's ability to engage in our political process. So I know we have kind of a list of work plan items that we need to do because of what we've experienced here locally with our legal issues. Another one that Emily didn't mention, I'm sorry, Councilmember Francis didn't mention, is the concerns about Greek life and how to handle some of those neighborhood issues around Cal Poly, and how do we create better environments for both residents that have lived there a long time and students that are living in our neighborhoods. There seems to be a lot of work that we need to do around improving the conditions in that regard. I think those are the top line ones right now in terms of things that I've heard in the community and that I would like to see over the next 2 years. I also recognize, going off of what you said, Councilmember Francis, about staff capacity, and I think some of these things that we've both mentioned don't necessarily mean that we have to have the solution in this next financial planning cycle. That maybe what we're talking about is initiating a study session or the first steps towards further action in that area. Maybe it's around rental registry or safe housing ordinances. Maybe we're just going to be starting that process rather than, expecting that we'll get to the finish line in 2 years, because that would take a lot more resources than just starting down that path. So I'll stop there for now.
And even just starting, we don't know necessarily, is that outsourcing or is that our own staff members and what that looks like. So, Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to just go through and quickly list things that I consider really high priority for the next 2 years. Continue protection and maintenance of open space. I feel that that's very important because the Greenbelt has not finished yet. And as we heard from our climate expert, Chris Reed, the other night, it's one of the ways that nature is really effective in terms of combating climate change. And there's a lot that we can do. The county has just approved a project that's going to be intruding into our Greenbelt, or at least they're letting it go, and we have to be vigilant about that. Continuing protecting natural resources, improving creek cleanup and restoration, and eliminating illegal camping in the creek areas. I have to say that improving emergency preparedness for natural disasters is top of mind for me. We have a lot of plans in place, but I think we can improve a lot, and I would like to see that in the next 2 years. I think it will help people in general feel more secure on a personal level and a community level. Going along with that, hiring an emergency operations officer. I know we're trying to get one, but it's really scary that we don't have one. I'd like to see greater education about cell phone users needing to sign up for reverse 911. Of the 65 or 70% of our units that are rentals, a lot of the people living there may not understand that if there were an emergency, they wouldn't necessarily get notification on their one and only phone, which is their cell phone. It's all set up for the landline. So wildfire, flood, and drought preparedness. And I just want to say there that I'm very concerned about water security. It's something that is hard for us to imagine with the reservoirs being so full right now. But there's efforts to find ways to utilize the water security that we've built up over the years and divert it to other communities. I heard it at the RAC. Paso says, well, we need some money, we need some water from Santa Margarita. Other people are saying, well, why do they have all this water from Nacimiento? There was a lot of resentment against the city in terms of the water security that we built up. So I think we need to pay attention to that. And again, that would be a planning thing. In terms of the traffic safety, I feel is really important. In terms of active transportation, I'd like to see the data there. I'd like to see origin destination studies for the need and actually usage information before building future permanent bike lanes or eliminating traffic lanes. I'd like to also just make sure that the very dangerous intersections and streets are being addressed, not just necessarily where a certain group would like to have a bike path because they would really, really like it and it would make them feel really good. I'd like to see it more beyond hard data and necessity. Evacuation routes, this goes back to preparedness, emergency preparedness. I think continuing to support a local economy, including the downtown, and the cultural arts district, continuing support of that and the historical resources. I would like to prioritize reaching out to new residents, both permanent residents and student residents. We're adding all these housing units, but guess what? There are people in them. And I think it's really important in terms of continuing to have a really cohesive sense of community that we are reaching out to new residents in various different ways. In terms of city staff, I'd like to see the city become a family-friendly workplace. That's a category that the chamber has, and improve childcare options for employees. If we're going to lead by example, I think we need to do it in that area as well, because one of the main sources of employee stress, in my estimation, is concern about childcare. I'd like to see us look at community emergency preparedness, reinstating the CERT courses, and in general, what we were talking about earlier about neighborhoods, people knowing their neighbors, knowing who they live next to, but also knowing who's disabled, who's got mobility issues, so that neighbors could help each other if we were in a real emergency situation. Okay. I'm concerned about the fact that we've not really done much for the Rigetti Park in 5 years. I hear that a lot from people, and I think they're right. But also, the Broad Street corridor is, I'd like to see that prioritized. Again, it may still just be in the planning phase, but we all know that it is a real problem and it's not going to go away. So that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Boswell.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to approach this a little bit from, there's a lot of things that we have. Okay, let me back up. number one thing that we need to be doing is doing the things we've already committed to. This absolutely, and we haven't always been doing that. We have a whole host of plans, many of which have been adopted in just in the last couple of years, that have implementation programs in them, that have staffing and funding implications. We have Active Transportation Plan, which has a bunch of capital projects in it. We have our Climate Action Plan, DEI Strategic Plan. We have a bunch of specific plans, as Councilmember Marks mentioned, where we're behind on implementing the infrastructure in those plans. Rigetti Park being a notable one. And the Broad Street, we have a Broad Street specific plan. It's 11 years old now, and we're behind on the infrastructure projects that were identified in that. The housing's come in, but the infrastructure has not. So I think that has to be our number one commitment. I suspect once you mine all those for things we need to do, that's probably it. So I'm a little reluctant to add anything else to the pile, but I'm going to mention a few things where I think we're either kind of not doing them right now, or we're doing them, but I think they're going to need some more attention over the next couple of years. So I'll just mention a few of these. One is an update of our general plan. So especially the land use and circulation elements, but we also will have a housing element required update soon as well. We're not going to update it in this next budget cycle, but once you sort of decide, okay, we're going to update our general plan, it's going to take you 2-3 years to do that. So I feel like we got to start something in this next budget cycle to take a step towards the update of the general plan, so that we can do it in a relatively timely manner. It's getting, I feel that our general plan is, particularly the circulation element, is starting to get outdated, and 5 years from now it's going to be outdated for sure. And so we have to get something started now. A second area is around public communication and outreach, of course, which we do a lot, but I'm increasingly concerned about the death of local media, which is a national phenomenon, and we certainly have felt it here. And of course, the rise of disinformation in our culture. And even just hearing about how most people get their news these days, and it's become increasingly difficult for any entity, whether it's a company or an organization or community, to get their message out and effectively inform folks about what is going on, and particularly separating truth from fiction. And so I think as a city, this is going to become an increasingly a difficult challenge, and we need to be thinking more about how we can effectively communicate to the public and communicate with the public. Public safety staffing is an important one to me as well. We heard we saw the staffing report. The thing that's been of most concern to me is that we have not been able to do traffic enforcement in the ways that we need to do. Again, I mentioned this earlier, that there certainly seems to be a community consensus around this. And so making sure that we can meet all of our obligations around policing, but particularly around traffic enforcement. And then one that's come up a few times, the last one I'll mention is tenant protections. So those are again, in some of those we're doing things already, but I think there's more to still be done there. So thanks.
Thank you. I love how your mind works, because that is when I first started this process for today, was I wrote down, just off the top of my head, it's not like digging in, all of the strategic plans I could think of. And I as we took our first 5-minute break, I reached over to Whitney and I was like, any more than these 15 strategic plans that we already are working on? And that doesn't include, like, when you break out the housing element and the things that are underneath that, the general plan, things that are underneath that, like all of these have many chapters and levels below it of work to be done. And so that's sometimes what I struggle with as we try to do this priorities process is, or when people, for that matter, even when we're running for office, they ask, what are your promises? What are you going to do? I'm like, I'm going to do what the community asked us to do. That's what I'm going to do. So I think that's where I'm kind of, I struggle at at this process. I do think also I really appreciate, Vice Mayor, how you mentioned the CVRA. There are things that continue to happen, the California Voting Rights Act and the letter that came to us, and how we're trying to make sure that we are legally compliant and really support access to our community to be able to vote. And so when we look at things we don't even have in our works today that may be coming to us in the next 2 years, that's the other part that we have to weirdly leave a little wiggle room for. And as you just shared, the pacing is a little bit intense, Councilmember Francis, for our staff. And so trying to find that balance. Also, when I think about the Community Academy, I think about CVRA, I think about the Community Academy, and right now we are every other year holding a Community Academy. It's about 36 people to help people understand our community, how it works, and I think that's fabulous. And between that and the CERT, the emergency response volunteers for the community, seeing that those two things are something that's needed even more, because I think that facts and data and education is so helpful for people to be able to either volunteer or want to be involved or understand what's needed. I almost feel like I'm in like a office supply commercial when I'm like, yep, we have a plan for that. And so I think, yeah, that was easy. I wish it was. But we do, and I think that's where we may not have a position filled, and so we can't move as fast on that. Or we had to have another legal issue come in front of that, so we had to push it back. And trying to figure out, when we say trade-offs, are we talking about trade-offs in money or trade-offs in time, which is both delaying, and that is challenging. But I also wonder at times, are there times that we can outsource some things? So I too very much agree with tenant protections, and how do we help our community know the rights they already have? That's really half the battle right there, and be able to utilize those rights. So when I think about a rental registry, I'm like, okay, well, if you rent, you have a business license, can't we just kind of spit that out? I know we can't, but right now with our current software and our current ways, but I'm wondering, are there some times that maybe outsourcing that and not expecting our staff to do it all might be useful? Again, I think we tried to do that with ADUs. I have continued to ask the city manager, what happened to those ADU plans? Remember ABC, it'll be easy, they can get through quickly. But we as a council and we as a staff a longer time ago said, oh, but there's all those plans that are easy, available, and online, just grab those. Well, that hasn't worked as smoothly. So now back to the assessment part. Well, people have taken longer and cost more, and there's still the roof question, and these little things that we have to clean up with the ADU that says we have to clean up some of these policies to be able to make our processes move smoother and easier. So I think there's something that we don't really want to talk about as a priority, but there's almost like an administration priority that has to happen, because all of these strategic plans, where do you go to find them all if you're a community member? A little bit difficult to find out what's happening, what are the work plans, what's something you care about and that you're actually going to do for me as a community member, right? Also, as far as where do I find that dashboard? Oh, okay, go to Community Development Department. They've made that so much easier now to find about housing projects being done. Here's your tenant rights. So I think there are continued updates that I know are in process and desire to be done from our CSG department and communications, but we're not quite there yet. So I do think there's something that we have to remember as part of the work, that to do all of this, we need our staff to be able to have the time to actually put it online and share it in a way that the community can access it. So that is something that's been on my mind as well. I would love to see the MCU and the CAT teams, one, fully staffed, but two, extended. We've seen the success of MCU, and so if that could be in the evenings and through the weekends, again, are we saying that has to be our staff? Is that saying could we outsource it? I don't know. I'm not committing to that. I'm not forcing that commitment right now. I'm just saying that's something that people are not unhoused and in need of help just from 7 to 5, Monday through Friday. That's just not how it works. So I want to make sure that we have that access. And then, as many of you have mentioned, we have the Vision Zero, we have the Broad Street, we have the Margarita specific plan. We have these things that are kind of in process and need to be done. Otherwise, we can't have more housing work smoothly. We can't have more transportation work smoothly. So I'm aware of that and wanting to know how does that work with what we want. When we say we want increased housing, if we don't have that Margarita specific plan or Broad Street specific plan, or traffic plan, how does that work together? So that's, I guess, it's really a staff question. It's not really a council question yet, but as far as like, do I elevate this or that? I need to understand, are we going to end up being 11 more years out on something and not be able to do what we said because now we've pushed something else up in front? So I guess back to, if we're going to make trade-offs or make things more priorities, what are the consequences that we may not have fully, no matter what makeup of this council, have thought of or have fully weighed? I think that there are many people who we've all mentioned Rigetti Park. I will mention it too. I think that's something that we've heard so many times. Childcare and family activities are something in our community that if you are here and you don't have childcare, you can't go to work and you can't continue to thrive as a family. If you don't have activities to do, we saw during COVID that it was wonderful that we did have recreation. We had beautiful things for people to do, and we have to continue to maintain those trails. We have to connect them. We have to give access to people through that. And what we saw with Bob Jones Trail was, even if we have a trail, sometimes if people cannot get through it, that's a problem. So need to continue that work. The other part is Laguna dredging, I believe, was mentioned in there a little bit, and I think back to communication, what are the next steps? What's the timeline? People are asking, people don't know what's happening next, and they get worried that we've forgotten about them. And I think that just goes back to the communication. What does that look like? How do we help them? And also, when is that? What are we doing next? Because just as much as there was wildfires, there's the floods, we're doing all of the creek mitigation, and of course, we need to keep doing that. The other thing when I think about downtown, of course, is the businesses and the enjoyable heart of our downtown, but there's also things of how do we help in the economic development to entice different types of businesses. For people who do live downtown, they have shared with me at times they feel like it's a bit of a food desert. Yes, there's restaurants, it's wonderful, but when it comes to everyday life, that's not the same as a grocery store. And yes, you can get onto your once an hour bus and go down to Vaughn's and get your food and come back, or Smart and Final and come back. But I think there's something we have to talk about. If we want to increase density, we want to increase housing, how do we make sure people have access to what they need? So that's a lot of things, and that's kind of why I feel like this priorities part right now is a little rough. But I worry about our small businesses. I worry about people staying in their homes as far as whether it's a safe living environment or it's the finances, and keeping people housed is really important. And then once they're housed, worried about the emergency aspect, because not just have we done all the things are we supposed to do in our emergency preparedness plans, but when we tell people know your zone, what does that mean? Do people even know where those zones are? Do people know when it comes to reverse 911, they're supposed to be doing something? Back to that communication, it's not all our staff's job, I'm not saying that, but it is all of us as a community. And if we're working together better as a community in that neighborhood livability, then maybe we'd be helping each other a little bit in that as well. So that was a very long-winded aspect, but we have a lot of things to do, and that's part of my concern is, how do we empower either some individuals and volunteers? I think the volunteer work we've been doing with Engage Low has been fantastic. I've seen so many people thrilled to be part of volunteering and part of this community that maybe that's part of the concept as well, is how do we share the wealth of the many hands makes light work. Vice Mayor Schwarzman.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a question. Thank you for all of that. Especially about like the work involved with, we all suggested a lot of things. Many of them are already sort of in process, maybe aren't operationalized yet, but are in process. And for example, if we had an emergency manager hired, we'd be probably doing better on some of those things. And just as one example. But the one thing that I heard mentioned from my colleagues here that I know, many of them are probably big work plan items, but the one that I know takes a really big lift is the update of the general plan and the land use and circulation element. And so I want to be conscious of, and I know they need to be done on a regular basis. I know I was on the planning commission when we redid the housing element. I know it needs to be done at certain intervals, and that's a big work effort as well. So I guess my question is, if something like that, if we were to just follow the regular course of our actions, when would we be starting that process so that I can determine whether or not we needed to start addressing that in this financial plan or not?
Thank you. That's a great question. I've been asking City Manager McDonald that quite a bit.
Thank you. Happy to jump in on that. The only part of our general plan that we are mandated by law to both have and update on a regular basis is our housing element, and it is coming up. We will need to start work on that during this financial plan. So it is due to be updated in 2028. So what staff has been contemplating and thinking would be a good sort of sequence of events would be to complete our housing element update, and that will help, and it necessarily does include us looking at our land and the land we have available for housing specifically. We'll have to take our RHNA allocation and figure out if we have sufficient land available. That would then help inform a general plan update, especially the land use component of it. The circulation element is incredibly important. That's why we have it. The loose is kind of linked together, land use and circulation element. So to us, that's kind of a natural flow and progression. I understand the concern is that if we fully complete one effort and then pick up the next one, we are looking at a longer time frame. A real comprehensive general plan update is likely a 3-year process, and probably it's over $1 million most likely in cost to the city to do that effort. The other piece that is important to remember is that we are doing a number of specific plan updates now. So the Margarita area specific plan, airport area specific plan, we're working on Upper Monterey conversations with businesses to figure out if we need to update our standards there. So we have a number of these long-range planning efforts that are underway now. If we were to try to prioritize a loose update, those would need to stop. I mean, essentially, because we don't have the capacity in our staff to do that. It would, a general plan, comprehensive general plan update is kind of an all-hands type of work effort. And so we would need to, everybody needs to have eyes wide open that that's the thing that we're really going to be lifting up during that time frame. It should by nature be a really intensive public outreach effort as well. You can be a little more surgical about it, but I think that if we're going to do it, and if the real desire and need is being generated by a need to look at all of these things together, then we're talking a really big investment for good reasons, right? And so we're not saying that we shouldn't do that. It's just a timing issue. And then same with the conversations about timing. That's really a lot of probably what you all are struggling with, as well as what staff struggles with, is it's not so much a if as much as a when. And certainly our capital improvement plan is just, that's the entire exercise for us, is when do we need to sequence these things? So loose update would fall into that category for us too.
So follow up to that. So if we plan in 2-year chunks, and you're saying that a general plan update is a 3-year process, I don't know if a loose update could come separate or before a full general plan update. But if that's sort of our collective priority, which not to say that it is, but just to kind of go down this rabbit hole a little bit on timing, if we wanted to specify that as an important thing that we should be looking at, how do we schedule something when we only plan in 2-year chunks, and right now we're only deciding what we're going to do and what we're going to fund in the next 2 years? How do we get to the things that are really maybe 3 or 4 years out that we know we need to do?
So it's an interesting question, because it also ties into some conversations we've been having about something like sort of like a community-wide strategic plan, or a strategic plan that the council would establish that would have a longer life to it than a 2-year budget cycle. And it also ties into the struggles around what we call major city goals, the breadth of them. Are they more like a value statement rather than a budget work plan goal? You know, something like a longer-term strategic plan would be a good place to be able to show everyone that this is the work we intend to do outside of the next 2 years. So that's one way that we could address that question. But for specific to a loose update or a comprehensive general plan update, one thing that we could do is talk about, well, when do we, the first step that we should really have with you all and with the community is identifying the scope of the work that we'd want to do. Are we talking just a circulation element update? Or are we talking, do we want to touch all of the different elements of our general plan? The time and cost and lift is very different depending on how in-depth you go. But oftentimes, you know, if you pull on one thing, you might need to update another. So we would want to have that conversation. It's really around what's driving the need to do the update? What's the motivation? Where are the concerns coming from? Sometimes too, if you start amending or modifying parts of your general plan, it might trigger new ones that are now a new state concept or requirement for us to look at, like, you know, there's different kind of climate resiliency plans that are now required and things like that that we would need to be triggering. So we could start to look at when do we do that scoping conversation. I think I still need to go and talk a little bit more with our community development department to see if even having that scoping conversation, when we would be able to work that in. There's a fair amount of effort still. I mean, it would be a study session with council, but we'd want to get feedback from the community as well, so we could bring that to you all. We may be able to work that in toward the end of the financial plan, keeping in mind as well that we would also be kind of kicking off our housing element process as well. And that does have a defined deadline that we have to have that done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Yes, I was really struck by the comments that Councilmember Boswell and Mayor Stewart made about being behind on prior commitments. And so my question is, why? Why has the Broad Street plan been sitting there for 11 years? Why is Rigetti Park not really underway for 5 years? And so my question is, have other priorities pushed these things out of the way? Or are there real challenges that have to do with either financial reasons or just process reasons, or, you know, there's a landowner in the middle who won't let us put a bike path there or whatever? What is the issue? So to me, just having an inventory of things that we've promised the public we would do that we haven't done would be very interesting, because I think that sense of disappointment that we get, like with the Laguna Lake folks, they're saying, why haven't you dredged? And when you look at the update that we got, which was very comprehensive, beautifully done, by the way, I agree with Summer, it says quite specifically why future dredging hasn't happened with Laguna Lake and when it will. And so that kind of, it reassures me. So I neglected earlier to talk about what we could possibly cut. And to me, there's one way to look at it is the challenges. And again, I like the update very much, saying which items had not actually been implemented and the reason why. And then I appreciate Natalie's, it was Lucia's memo on the bike share plan, for instance, saying, we just can't do this right now. So that's great. So I scratched bike share plan off my list. So that would be really helpful to me. Let's see if there are real concrete challenges so that we're that we respect those things, that we're going not from an aspirational point of view, not from an ideological point of view, but from a really practical kind of utilitarian point of view. What can we postpone? And a good reason for postponing it is like, hey, we just can't do it. Or it's like a really almost insurmountable obstacle right now. So the other way of looking at the question of what can you postpone is the cost. I'm really proud of our bond rating. I'm really adverse to going into more debt. So we have a pretty big debt burden right now with our parking garage. So what are the, especially this is probably capital cost, what are the big cost items that are out there that could in some way be deferred out of this next 2-year cycle? And so I know we'll be talking about the Prado Road interchange coming up. It's on the agenda. But are there big items that we really cannot, in terms of what you want to call responsible government or fiscal sustainability, we can't realistically actually do much with these items during the next 2 years. So can we, in all good conscience, postpone those for another budget cycle, or maybe 2 budget cycles? I don't know. I agree the horizon, the 2-year horizon is somewhat limiting in that we also have to do long-range planning. So those are my thoughts there.
Thank you, Councilmember Francis.
That was a perfect last comment there, because I was hoping to follow up with City Manager about the community-wide strategic plan and what that would entail. I'm intrigued by the idea. I think it's important to do long-range planning. I'm also a little bit worried about adding another strategic plan because, as we've talked about, we have a lot of them. There's no shortage, and if we're investing in that in place of getting things done, that's a little bit concerning. But obviously, it does take time, money, and staff to do these types of things. I was wondering if you could give us a little bit more information about what you're envisioning, how long that would take, and what kind of investment that would take.
Yeah, I think there are many different ways to go about something like a strategic plan, and it really just depends on what our goals are and getting, what's the outcome you're looking for. We were looking at options where there's a trademark version that's 1 page, or SLOCOG has a 1-pager as well that's mostly images, or it's just here, though, I think if what we're trying to do is show ourselves and the public and staff what those next steps would be after this 2-year budget cycle, I think it probably, I would recommend something a little more comprehensive than a 1-page. The 1-page, though, however, would help us with, and the goal here too is to help us with what we're doing right now, which is trying to identify the things that we need to focus on for the next 2 years, struggling with those questions of how do we make sure we're doing the things we've said we were going to be able to do. I think a lot of a good chunk of why we haven't completed items is because there's just too many on the list to begin with. So we're spread too thin, and we have little bits of attention being able to be spent on 200 things, when if we had 20, we would probably knock them all out of the park. So trying to get to a point where we're realistic with what we think we can achieve. I would actually argue realistic on the optimistic side, because we want to push ourselves, right? But on the other hand, if we're too optimistic with our time and capacity, then we disappoint ourselves and the public as well. So it's a balance that we're trying to reach. And if you have a longer lifespan on something like a strategic plan, then you're able to show everybody, yeah, we know we need to get there. These are things that we're working toward. We're looking at that in, say, 3 years or 5 years rather than this 2-year period. It's the same way that I would look at our capital improvement plan. And it really is the effort that staff is going through right now to present you all with a more realistic CIP so that we are able to focus on projects like Rigetti Park to get that completed. It's both a staff capacity and a funding piece. So we would probably take, if your council's interested in coming up with something like a community-wide strategic plan or something to identify that this is the council's vision for I would say maybe we could look at like a 4 or 6 year period, since we do 2-year budget cycles. And you'd be pulling in the priority pieces from our 15 other strategic plans and other items that come up from the community. Also accounting for those priority things that come up organically out of needs. I mean, one item and reason why maybe some things didn't happen when we thought they were we didn't anticipate spending a lot of time on our parking rates last year, but we really needed to. So we need to build in a recognition and capacity for ourselves to do that kind of work as well. So in terms of timing, I think, one thing we've been thinking about is a potential retreat with council. We could start some of that work potentially then. We have a lot of the makings of it now, I think, in terms of the concept we've all been talking about. But it could also be a work plan item that we would work into our work plans for this budget cycle, that we're committing to do this, so that in 2 years when we go through this again, it's a little bit more straightforward and we're able to point everyone to that more longer term vision for how we're gonna really address these bigger picture issues. Does that help?
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I like the idea of maybe potentially taking a crack at it during a council retreat, just so that we can get something moving. And I'll see how my colleagues feel about this, but it feels like it would really help me, being on the council, have a better understanding of the line between us being optimistic and overly ambitious, because I think that's a really challenging thing to suss out as we're going through these priority processes, and figuring out from staff in a very brief conversation up here whether or not there's capacity for it, or if we're going to be tanking some other project as a result. So it would be really, really helpful for us just to kind of weigh the priorities that way. Thank you.
And I think this would be wrap around the room many times, but it's almost as though all of the multiple concurrent timelines and benchmarks we have would be probably helpful to understand a little bit more as how the community can hold us and staff accountable is through the metrics we already have in our plans, but yet where do you find all those metrics at once? There's nowhere to find those. So I think that's where maybe that more holistic strategic plan would be helpful. And one thing I also forgot to mention earlier when we were talking about some of the priorities, we have talked about trying to increase our code enforcement staff, and I do think that's something that we should, whether it's the staff or it's themselves, or whether it's different ways that we do the work, what does that look like to help with our code enforcement as well? Councilmember Boswell.
Yeah, I'm going to maybe try to bring some of these ideas together a little bit. I mean, the objective today is to give staff some direction so they can come back to us with more detailed budget, right? And this talk of maybe doing a strategic plan, I think this is probably would serve us well to do something. I don't know the exact bounds of it, but I mean, the issue I've had, I've never been a big fan of in the 2-year budget cycle calling something a major city goal. I mean, for me, clean, reliable drinking water is a major city goal. It might be the most important thing we do. Like if we stop doing it for an hour, right? I mean, if you close a parking lot for an hour or park for an hour, fine, people will be upset. But you turn the water off for an hour, that's the end of civilization, right? So, but it's not a major city goal. We don't call that out anywhere. I think we don't call it out anywhere because we've got that pretty wired, right? I mean, it's its own enterprise fund, it's staffed, we've done an excellent job on our water planning, we know how to do this. So it's just, that's just like keep doing it. But it's not that it's not important. And so then I begin to look at these other things that we're doing. And one of the things that really first caught my eye, I don't remember when we first saw this, it was maybe a month or so ago, was the staff took the major city goals and they showed how much of them were in the green completed. Like one's 100%, And so it's like, okay, we're done. Like, we did that. Hooray, pat ourselves on the back and move on to the next problem. Now, there are ongoing things, right? But we've put in place the staff, the plan. It's not one-time money it's dependent on. It's, you know, it was programmed into a budget. And so it's like, okay, keep doing that. So I think if we had something that looked like a strategic plan that captured these big goals that motivate our full budget thinking, and we're a little bit longer term, that would be useful. And then the way we could approach the 2-year budget, and again, this is, you know, I'm kind of expressing an opinion here based on my earlier observation that, you know, the 2-year budget first starts with, you know, job one is do all the things we've already committed to doing. And, you know, staff starts building that budget. And if they do all those and they get the balanced budget, then sort of we're done. Not exactly. Because I think we should then have what we kind of call major city goals now for the 2-year cycle should be, you know, new budget priorities. Some of these ideas that we've all been kicking around, things we aren't doing that we would like to see. And then that's where you begin to assess the trade-offs, right? Okay, so we come up with a list, here's 10 new things we would like to do. And staff has built a budget based on the previous commitments. And it's like, well, gosh, you know, this one new thing, we all think we need to do it. We really need to do it. It's going to cost, you know, X amount of dollars, but we already have a full budget, if you will. Okay, now we can go, well, how important is this thing compared to, you know, something we adopted in a strategic plan 5 years ago? And of course, strategic plans get out of date, right? So sometimes we might go, you know, we said we were going to do that thing. We just talked about, you know, bike shares proved to be problematic. You know, we said we were going to do that thing, but it's solved in some other way maybe, or we've changed our mind or whatever. Okay, well, we can cut that, even though it's a commitment, but, you know, we can explain why we're not going to move forward, where there's this reasoning behind it, and then that allows us to backfill in the new item. So, you know, this question of what would you cut, I mean, I think everybody was struggling, like, I don't want to name that today, because I'm not sure what I'd want to cut. It sort of depends, what am I cutting it for? Like, if it's something that's, like, we just have to act on this. Like, we hear it constantly, we know it's a big problem. Okay, then let's go find the thing in one of these other commitments we've made that could be delayed, or, yeah, we don't need to do it anymore. It's solved itself, or times have changed and it's not important in the same way it used to be. So that's my thought about how we maybe start to go forward.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Shorsman.
That was beautifully articulated, and hits on one of the things that I know I talked to Summer about. I think I've talked to people at different times about this, and getting at the issue of when are we done with something, right? So when do we cross something off the list of major city goals? Is it when it's operationalized? Is it when something else has bumped it out of the way? Or is it when we've met all our metrics around that particular item? And so I think that, you know, we do have a lot of metrics in a lot of different plans and policies and procedures about what our goals are, you know, climate neutral in city operations by 2030, Vision Zero. Those are just a couple, you know, that I can think of off the top of my head. But are there, to the point of, we have so many metrics and what are we doing with them? Are there, and we don't have to do this today, but maybe it's a bike rack item. Are there 3 or 4 high-level metrics that we can attach to each of the major city goals that when we have reached those, you know, maybe we pick them out of the, you know, a smattering of the ones that we already have in existence, or maybe there's something else that's trackable, but do we have 4 or 5 metrics for each major city goal that once we have hit, you know, green on all of those, that we can then sort of use that as a point to reevaluate that whether or not that needs to be a major city goal anymore, or whatever we choose to call it, a pillar or a priority area or whatever it is we choose to call it. Because I struggle with not being able maybe it's part of my personality, but not being able to ever feel like we're crossing things off the list. That's the OCD part of me that wants to check things off the list, but also like, when do we have the capacity to maybe move on with some of our limited resources to something else?
Thank you. And I just want to real quickly go back to what you said, Councilmember Boswell, around the water. We are so thankful that that isn't a question of us. Can we provide clean water to our community? I mean, there's always moments here or there, something happens. We do have very old infrastructure and there's things have to be repaired and issues happen. But at the same time, as Councilmember Marks was mentioning earlier, people were a little bit, why do they get this much water? Because our community from the 80s till now has said this is a priority. We need to invest in it. We need to put money in it. We need to secure it. So this is from the water in reservoirs to the updated resource facility. This is what our city has said was priority, the basics. And so as we talk about where the money goes and what the priorities are, I mean, that priority is not going away, right? Clean water is not going away. And people may look at it as though, why do you have all of that? Because we've put a lot of money. And I'll just say that again, because that is really intense to think about. So I just, as we continue with these conversations, I think part of the strategic plan conversations is we have put a lot of money into some of the projects and programs that we have from all the different taxpayers' desires and investments from the past. So while some of those continue to evolve, and I'd love to say we could check off, but like we could never check off that we are done with having clean water, right? So where are those moments that we can say we're going to check this off? Because that's going to be something we're going to have on the list forever, just as an example. Not saying you were saying that, but just as an example. And so when we talk about the major city goals being in addition to core, that's, I think, where that is, I think, a little confusing for the community as a whole, because make sure people have access to many things in our community is core, yet how it's done is sometimes considered above core. So that's just one of those things I think is a little challenging. Councilmember Marks.
Yeah, real briefly, I just wanted to say something that's totally obvious, and that's all, that we're all elected. We're electeds, which means that it's a political process. And so I really like the idea of a longer range strategic plan as a means of protecting some of the values that are ongoing and that we share and that past city councils have shared going way back. Because things can happen politically. In terms of renter protections, we had a very robust program which ended abruptly in the year 2017, and virtually nothing, I must say, well, probably some stuff has happened, but that's 8 years ago. So in the past 8 years, things have kind of deteriorated. Now we're going, oh my gosh, we really need these rental protections. So I'm bringing that up as an example of if, just a hypothetical, let's just say that renter protection was in some way a core value that we're putting into a strategic plan. It would have been harder for the political winds, the vagaries of what a person can campaign on, affecting or defeating something that's actually, in essence, good government. So I think that's a good idea to sort of safeguard the well-being of our community.
Thank you. Well, I don't know that we necessarily answered the questions you were looking for, Summer, but I think that is some of the process conundrums we're in at this point in time. I'll leave it back to you. Oh, sorry. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, I think I just wanted to maybe cut a little bit into, we were having this conversation, and I think there was a little bit of a subtext to it earlier about, how we structure our work plan and what is the underpinning that drives the decisions that we're making. We were talking earlier about we've completed one of our major city goals. What we didn't say is that major city goal is DEI, right? And cutting that means, or operationalizing that means that that language then disappears. And that means something too. And I think you were kind of getting at this, that, yeah, we have these things in place that we're doing really well that are operationalized, but it's because those were values that we've had for a very long time. But where do we hold that language that makes, and maybe this gets to our strategic plan, that that language somehow is held there, so that when we, you know, check a box, when we complete the list, when we get things operationalized, the language and values of that don't disappear, because that says something to the community as well. And I think Councilmember Marks was really getting at that with talking about tenant protections, and those get into our specific things that we're trying to do. But then there's also sort of the big value statements as well of what we're trying to do as a community. And I just wanted to make sure I came back around to that, because I think all of that was underpinning the discussion that I was hoping we're kind of getting at now, which is, what do we call these things and how do we organize it? And I think staff's going to really do a lot of work with helping us organize where all those things end up. But I wanted the community to understand, you know, why we're wrestling with these, or at least why I'm wrestling with all of this.
Well, I think it's a little bit of a life cycle, right? You have the baby and there's the infant, like, cool, check, done. You don't just walk away from that. Now it's the next phase, it's the next phase. So, you know, yeah, that was many phases later, right? So I think, you know, yes, there are some aspects of the task force that have been completed, but now we don't even have a fully staffed office. Or, so, I mean, you know, there's, do we still have a lot of racism, things showing up in our community? Yes, we do, just last Sunday. So as we continue, there needs to be other scaffolding, structure, foundation support for people to be able to be on their, you know, just in that analogy, on their 2 feet and running versus, okay, great, we did that. It's a check off. I feel like that the ongoing or the green light is that check, in a sense, that staff gives us to say, this part of the work plan has been done. Sorry, Councilmember Boswell.
Yeah, I remember thinking initially when I was maybe a month ago really starting to think about this and thinking like, okay, well, so, you know, I kind of favor this approach of maybe moving to strategic budget priorities, very much focused on 2 years. And so let's just toss the major city goals. Now, of course, the problem is, you've pointed out, is people are going to go, this was my favorite city goal, where did it go? So I don't think we can really do that. I don't think kind of the rip the Band-Aid off approach is appropriate. I think it's too confusing. It's too sudden and too confusing for the public, particularly folks who, you know, really took time and energy to participate in this process. What we could do, though, is, you know, we started this morning with kind of a talk of how we might tweak our goals. That we could do that, essentially retain our current major city goals, but maybe with some tweaking, maybe adding one or something of that nature based on our discussion. That also fits with sort of my, you know, my desire really to focus on continuing the work we've committed to do. This is now our current city goals are several cycles old, more or less. And so, you know, maintaining that commitment. In the meantime, what we do in advance of the next cycle in 2 years from now is, if we did the strategic plan, we can migrate the city goals over to a strategic plan and add things like clean, reliable drinking water and whatever else we want to add to that list. That way, when we go into a budget cycle 2 years from now, we've got that. It shows the commitment to these bigger ideas, and then we can use the budget meeting for a little bit more, you know, getting more quickly into the weeds on, you know, what do we need to fix or do different or do new or something of that nature. So I think there's a way to kind of move to where I think I hear some of the fellow council members wanting to move, but not doing it so abruptly that's confusing.
Thank you. That's a great point in the communication aspect for the public. Vice Mayor Schwarzman.
First, I just want to make sure, because I'm looking at the clock and it's 1:30. I don't know how many more slides or things that or issues that you wanted us to further discuss. So if you have more, then maybe we should bring it back to what you need us to do today before we have public comment as people are starting to arrive.
Yeah.
And the last thing, I'll just, since everybody else has sort of weighed in on the strategic plan, and what I'm hearing now is I think all the work that we've done today in tweaking and massaging and maybe changing the structure of our major city goals or calling them something else, whether they're priorities or what have you, I want to put the community at ease that we're not crossing anything off the list, I don't think, today. We haven't talked about that. We've talked about rearranging and organizing and maybe adding a few things and, maybe having to make some hard choices about priorities when we are, work plan items when we have more information. But it's not my intention to cross anything off the list today. But I do think that, the idea of a strategic plan, just to weigh in on that as everybody else has, seems like a reasonable idea, emphasizing what Councilmember Francis says. I wouldn't want this to absorb a ton of time or energy that might really go into some of the work plan items that we're already going, working full steam ahead on, or that we've talked about maybe adding. So I think we just need to be careful about, how big of a work effort that is. It's not creating a new general plan or, heading down that road. It just gives us a little bit more strategic direction to get us through a longer vision time period than the 2-year financial plan cycle that we're planning around.
Yeah, I think, love City Manager if you wanted to add into this, but I feel like it's more of a streamlining and aligning for the work that you and the whole team are already doing, would be more of kind of, I guess, almost updating and aligning us as well.
Right, thank you. To me, the effort is well worth it for not just staff, for staff and you all to get clear on how, what the priorities are, and then how we're communicating them, and then to make sure that we're aligned going into the next budget cycle. So concerns that you might have about what it means if things shift around to the community, the goal would be to alleviate some of that concern. Because ultimately, whether something is done or falls off the list, that's totally up to you all. You could decide it's done, check, or you could decide nothing. I mean, you don't need to even give a reason why something is on or off the list. We're here to take the direction from you on what we should be focusing on and trying to put our resources toward. And so if you want more attention and something needs to stay on our priority radar, then it will, and we'll continue working on that until you tell us otherwise. So I think that longer term plan will also help address the realities of the time that you all have on council, and compared with the life of a project that we're working on, or a life of a work effort like trying to address systemic racism in our community or in the country. I mean, those live much longer, but it also helps you state the commitment to it and then continue staff's eye on it, and then it will then be a conversation in the next go round until we get different direction. So hopefully that helps.
Thank you, that's helpful. I don't see any more, so I think we're moving back to you, Summer.
Thank you. So I do think you all started to go into this conversation, Vice Mayor Shoresman, as you were saying, where do we want to go next? It was part of where we wanted to go. And I want to note that you are trying to simultaneously do 2 really hard things in one day. So normally you would just be tackling what are the major city goals as they're labeled now that you want to proceed on, and where do you want focused energy to be on that? And you're also grappling with how are we reframing this process, right? What does that look like? What are we calling things? How are we thoughtful about what that looks like with the community? And so it sounds like there is some energy around refining that, organizing that a bit differently. And simultaneously, you have the hard job in front of you to give clear direction to the staff for what do you want to see done in the next 2 years. So as an example, I was taking notes as you all were sharing the things you see as priorities, and there it is. It's very long. It could be well organized, but this was happening live as you're talking. Be better organized. But there are some things that I just want to highlight, I think, as you're giving direction. And then I'd love to hear from you as we get closer to 2 o'clock, hearing from you about, as you're looking at this list, what maybe draws to the top for you, because it is a bit of a culmination of things that are ongoing efforts, and you want to see those maybe sped up a bit versus things that are somewhat new in the work product. And as we talked about at the beginning, there's not a ton of additional resources available. So it would require big things being added. It would require trade-offs in other areas. The overall considerations that I put up there at the top being things you've already committed to that are already on a list, like making sure we are really moving those forward and honoring the commitments that have already been made to the community. Realizing, I appreciated somebody had said kind of wiggle room, because we know new things come down the pike. And so how do you manage that while managing that you have an internal staff that is at capacity in a lot of instances? So things would need to shift in order to make room for some of these things. But as you can see, there's quite a lot you've already been talking about related to housing, tenant protections, elements around the neighborhood challenges, balancing the dynamics between residents and students, whether you want to call that neighborhood wellness or some other term, that is in there. Certainly supporting the unhoused and some of the additional resources potentially there, the emergency preparedness and response, and some very specific elements there. Childcare having already been on the list, but how do we make sure we're making progress on that? So I'm not going to go down the whole list, but do want to, I think, hear a little more direction from you all on which of these really are, hey, these need to elevate to the top. If we're going to come back with a priority, a trade-off conversation, realizing that's hard when you don't know what all the trade-offs would be, knowing what you really want to see taking a higher level priority. I did also wordsmith and add some suggestions about what the potential major city goals could look like if you kept that labeling this cycle, what that could look like to I think, capture what you all were talking about earlier today about parsing some things out and kind of grouping some things and bringing things kind of into fuller view. So happy to share that in a minute as well, if that would be helpful, but I think we have some thoughts on
Can
this.
I ask you before we go further? So there are some things such as the entire change of elections that we will be doing in 26 because of the CVRA settlement. St. Patrick's Day is coming in less than a month, or about a month. And there's ongoing neighborhood challenges, and there's this very eminent challenge. There's things that come up from compliance reasons, like our ADU ordinance will be coming back to us because there are things we have to clean up due to state law changes. So I guess there's something that, back to kind of in the clean water realm, is maybe not a major city goal, but it becomes an intense priority for a period of time. So I think there's something that I'm not sure which bucket to put it in, for lack of a better word, but it doesn't go in the one of the 4 major city goals we currently have, or a brand new one by itself. Legal is legal, but yet it is something that we consistently have to spend much more time on than we ever expected. So I do think there's some partners are more willing to work with us quicker than others. Where do we put that in this whole conversation?
I'm curious your take on that, where that fits. I mean, I think the things that you have to do are things that the staff will incorporate into work plans, and then present to you where those trade-offs are. But some of these things that are choices to do is where I think there needs to be more conversation.
Okay, so that's where it's like, it's core, but it's a core because right now we have to. Not so much it's core like providing water on an everyday basis.
Right. Fair.
City manager, sorry.
Correct. So our work plans are, I think, currently interesting combination of both major city goal efforts and required items that we just have to do. And I understand how and why they get that way, because we also want to let everyone know, hey, we have to comply with state law, which requires us to do all these new things every year. And it's a surprise sometimes, and every January. Or it's a surprise because of a litigation threat or an emergency and things like that. So trying to build, that's part of why the work plans are both kind of big picture things in some ways, as well as very discrete one-time items that we know we have to take care of. We will build those out probably pretty similarly to the way they look, although, of course, we're always going to try to say, let's do this in as concrete a fashion as possible so people know exactly what we're talking about. And then you all and everybody sees the majority of our work efforts that we think we're going to be bringing forward to you all. So with something like CVRA and the need to do additional outreach and education and go through the steps of implementing this new voting system, we will need to work that into some work plan items. I'm not totally sure which one we would stick it in, but it would be something we would need to highlight. So I think we're also looking at if we go through a strategic planning effort or process, there's some other options I think that we could look at for how we would frame that out as well. So that's something we would look toward, to maybe break out the legally mandated things or the known efforts coming forward with the more new and almost aspirational items that we need to also incorporate into what we're doing.
Great, thank you. I just want to make sure that, the community is aware there's, kind of feel like there's this glass and it's half full, and we're going to now add this other half of aspirational aspects, but really there's another quarter at least that is already full. So I just want to make sure that's very clear. All right, Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, actually, I think I had a piggybacking question, just a little bit of clarity on what you guys were just talking about here. Before I could go through and start to pull things off the list, there are some things, and I think City Manager were just alluding to this, there are some things that are sort of already part of the program that's going on here. So for example, like our childcare stuff that we've been working on, that would be a cut that we'd be actively making if we were to lower that off of the list. It's not necessarily a new program. It's just like, hey, let's keep chugging along with that, versus some of these other ones like expanding code enforcement. That's a new program, new monies that we'd be allocating. And I almost feel like we need to divide those into two different categories before we can talk about what comes off the list. What are we deprioritizing? Because to go back to Councilmember Boswell's earlier comment, we're committed theoretically to continuing the things that we've already committed to, like the childcare stuff. Unless we actively decide that that is no longer going to be on the list. But that's a different conversation than here are the 10 things that are new and shiny and that we'd like to try to pursue if we have the funds for. At least that's how I'm seeing this, as a kind of a confusing process at this stage.
I think that goes back to what you said, Summer. We're trying to do two different things at the same time, which typically we wouldn't, this happens all the time. Typically, an organization wouldn't try to do both of these at the same time. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I think I'm even more confused now than I was when you asked the initial question. I was originally just right now going to ask you about, and maybe it kind of piggybacks on what Councilmember Francis was saying, but in prioritizing things off this list, are we supposed to take into consideration the overall considerations things at the top and just start at housing and go down? And now I'm confused. Are we actually... Yeah, I'm sorry. I need help here before I can do this.
There it goes. So this is what, right now, if we close this process, this is the list that your staff will be looking at and saying, how do we take what's on here that is currently part of a work plan and continue to make progress on that? And of the things that are listed on here that are not part of a current work plan, they are additive. How would we add those in to a current budget, to your budget cycle, where there really are not surplus monies. So that will inherently mean they'll have to be making suggested trade-offs. So it is a hodgepodge, because that's the conversation was, well, what do we want priorities to be? And so it's to say, not mandated types of things, but things it could impact some core services, right? That are elements that hours of operation of things, you'd write things like that would have to potentially be trade-offs to make. So if there's any clarifiers that you want to make about those priorities before we wrap for the day, that would be important, because the way your process currently is the next time you will really be seeing this would be in your April kind of budget deliberation element.
Does that make more clarity? Provide more clarity?
I think so. So if the things that you're wanting us to prioritize the things on this list that are not already in our work plan, so that if there's space, those new things could be added
Yeah, or highlighting that.
or prioritized.
Right, understanding that increasing code enforcement staff will require a trade-off.
Right. We just don't have any idea what that trade-off would be proposed yet.
That's right.
Okay.
But just articulating that, yes, we do want to proceed with there being trade-offs being provided.
Okay, because for example, like hiring an emergency operations officer, I'm assuming that means our emergency manager, that's already in process.
Right.
And it's a position that we've had before.
Right.
Yeah.
Done. Yeah.
Oh, done. Okay, even better.
Check.
Yeah, okay, so.
There's your check.
I like the check. I
Yeah.
like checks. Okay, so,
Yeah.
got it. We'll do our best with this.
Thank you. Councilmember Marks.
Yeah, well, I'm ready to take a stab at it. And it's so funny because first we started with these, I'm going to call them major city budget goals, and put work programs underneath each of them. Then we cracked out the work programs, and now we're trying to go back to formulate the goals. So I'd say continue to these are priorities for me that really need to happen in the next 2 years. Continued protection of open space and natural areas, emergency preparedness, preparing for natural disasters, wildfires, flood, droughts. There's going to be a drought, and water security. So that goes into, I don't know if you put it on the list, but climate resilience. But also it morphs into public safety, community, what am I calling it? Oh, I'm calling it community safety, not public safety. And then under that would come public safety. Traffic enforcement, increasing MCU and CAT hours, and maybe probably staff too. Code enforcement, traffic safety, and dealing with the unhoused, both from the perspective of helping them, but also protecting the public from the phenomenon. Facilitate affordable, supportive workforce housing. And tenant protections. And let me just see. I don't know if it's on the list there. It's a little hard for me to read it, but I want to make sure that we're going to a data-based analysis before we continue to build bike paths. So I'm going to stop there.
Thank you. Councilmember Boswell.
Hopefully I won't be too repetitive, but since you wanted us to respond specifically to the list, I just wanted to be clear. So the way you expressed it was, in addition to the work plan, that the work plans that we have currently, I just want to be clear that as my first line says, I want to see not only that work plan that we currently have associated with the major city goals, but an assessment of all of our current existing strategic and specific plans for items that are in there that should be underway or should have been done, that we're making sure we're bringing those forward as well. So those would be on my priority list, but I didn't enumerate them specifically. So somebody, for example, Rigetti Park is very important to me, but I didn't call it out as a specific focus action item because it is in the specific plan. We are supposed to be doing that now. So I want all those kinds of items to also be coming forward. And then, I feel like what I'm going to be doing is then any of our new wish to things that we'd like to do new, that's how I'm going to be assessing, is I'll be weighing off, okay, if we want to do something new, where can that come from that we're already committed to doing so?
Thank you. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, this might be actually kind of almost a follow-up to what Councilmember Boswell was talking about just now. I think it would almost be helpful in this moment for me to have staff weigh in and say, here are the elements that we don't already have sort of programmed in, that we're not already working on, that aren't already part of our strategic plan, and here are the things that we see as being major impacts to any work that we'd be doing over the next 2 years, so that then we can prioritize those. And I know that that's maybe not what staff was expecting to do, and maybe we don't call on them right now, but I'm not prepared necessarily to create a hierarchy of these, because to list them right now sort of will imply that some of them aren't important when I'm just assuming some of them are already part of the program.
Yeah, I think that's a great point from both of you, and I agree. I think there's so much of this work that I know is already on some of these plans, as well as even the recap that was sent in for this major city goal. In addition, there are times such as increased code enforcement staff, for example, on the bottom, that may not actually be the answer. It may be there's a different way that community development would like to take care of this issue, or that police department and community development are coming together, or there's a whole nother plan altogether. So my concern with taking priorities out of this today is, and I have other, I can say them off of my list, that's no problem, but I do think that it would be helpful to understand more if we're going to, that one was already done. The emergency management's already been done. We're already working on our homelessness response strategic plan. We're already working on the child care plans. Rigetti Park, trails are in process. So it does make me a little bit concerned to do that. But I will say that what I am kind of hearing from today too is maybe with our state of the city, and that's a different conversation, I know, but maybe with that, those check marks in a sense that we're talking about, the check, it's done, maybe some of the major city goals that are now either operational to ongoing or have now gone to the next phase, maybe that incremental success needs to be shared so that it's not like it never happened, and housing never happened. Oh, it sure did. And let me tell you how many more hundreds that are either done or in process, or we have in process a partnership with People's Self-Help Housing or Housing Authority SLO or the county on helping at different stages of homelessness. So I think that there's maybe something else I'm hearing along with this potential future long-range strategic plan, if I can get that out. Because I do think there are many times that we have seen check, awards, check, great. And we say it briefly and move on. And I think today this doesn't capture that, so that concerns me a bit. City Manager.
Thank you. To the extent it helps, I see some themes in the items that are on here, as well as what we discussed earlier in the morning. I think most of the items up here have some connection or tendril or piece of a plan that we already have in place that we would be working toward, but there's a refinement on it. There are a few items, though, that I think stand out as potentially new or more focus areas that might need more resources. So certainly tenant protections is an area that would require new work plan items. There, the question's going to be, what do we mean by that? So what's the scope? And then as Councilmember Francis mentioned earlier, the issue we'll run into is with our existing resources. There may be things that we could put in place in terms of additional rules or municipal code requirements. Maybe we could build out a rental registry, and then what? So then the question is, do we have resources to do greater enforcement of the rules that we've now put in place that will create probably a bit of a gap or a lag between when we create a rule and when we have resources to actually do something about it. So that would be just a caution that I would probably put out there. We've known, because we've been hearing, obviously from the public for a while, that this is an area of concern. So we've had quite a number of conversations with staff internally about what that would look like. Something like, creating a rent control ordinance would be like a completely new, almost like a new agency within the city if we really wanted to do that right. And there's lots of questions about the policy implications of doing a program like that. And so that's where the tenant protection question and what that work plan looks like makes a big difference. Hearing kind of climate resiliency and emergency preparedness, that's not been a major, it doesn't show up in the same way in our current major city goals. And I think that it's completely natural as well for that to be coming up right now. And I know we do have a lot of work that we've either started or look forward to taking next steps on. We have some work we're going to have to do. We have new fire hazard severity maps coming out that we're going to need to adopt. But these items speak to an additional level of service and goal that we'd like to do that I'm hearing involves the community a lot, which makes a lot of sense. That might be an area that we'd want to look toward. That would be something that having it called out in the major city goals itself somewhere would be really helpful for us kind of knowing where to put it and put our work plans toward it. If the update of the general plan, we would also, I think, work to identify that most likely under if we had a continued housing piece and also infrastructure and transportation. I think we can work toward that unless the direction is to go forward with a comprehensive general plan update or a loose update now, then we would be having a different level of conversation about trade-offs. So I think the other items that I see up there are pretty consistent with our current work efforts, but those were the major things I saw that jumped out. So yeah, tenant protections, emergency preparedness and response. And I think it could potentially update of the general plan, but that might be, we just want to get a little more clarity, I guess. And that's probably maybe the work item that we come away with, is getting that clarity in the next 2 years about what that looks like for us. So hopefully I have a lot of colleagues in the audience who can also come rushing up to clarify other things that I might have missed in terms of big ticket things, but hopefully that helps.
I see them running.
That's what I see, yeah.
I see them running up to the podium quickly. I think you've covered it all, and they're very, very trustful and successful in what you're saying. All right, Vice Mayor.
They're all like, not it. The one that you didn't mention that I just want to ask for clarification on, what about the sort of the neighborhood livability or wellness issues? Is that something that would require more resources, or do you feel like within the given?
You're right, and actually, so that I think falls as well under the tenant protection idea, meaning it depends on what we mean by that. So I think that there are definitely ways that we can go about looking at we need to look at the way we're doing our code enforcement, and we already have efforts underway to really take a concerted, concentrated effort to address fraternity activity in the neighborhoods, as an example. So I mean, my recommendation would be to do that first. So we need to look at how we can restructure the way and the approach we're taking to our code enforcement. If there are other types of neighborhood livability issues that we want to incorporate, I would look for more clarification on that. For the time being, my recommendation would be we wouldn't need to add additional code enforcement officers, but same with if it's a desire to identify this as a goal for the next 2 years, because that's what the community is identifying, then I think that could be helpful as well. It would also signpost for us that we need to bring forward say a study session to update you all on what we're doing, what that looks like. So working it in somewhere into the goals and then into work plan items would be helpful, but I don't know that it needs to come with additional resources unless the outcome of that conversation shows that. I should say the other piece is the increased CAD and MCU resources and use of them. We use them now, they're effective, we want to keep doing them. In terms of resources, if we want to do more of it, it will cost more. So that would be something we would look at in terms of trade-offs. But it's not like a new work plan item, it's a resource, it's a funding issue more than anything else.
Okay, so with that, I'm just gonna, for the sake of time, I'm just gonna throw out a couple of things now that we've got some highlighted areas. And I'm not ready to ask for more staffing resources really in any of these areas because I'm not clear-eyed about what the alternative would be. And I know we're gonna have some really tough conversations about staffing and costs and budget coming up. So I'm not gonna go there. Instead, I would just say that I think of this list of the things that we're not already doing or of the specific plans or other strategic plans, active transportation plan, climate action, DEI, of the things that aren't already outlined in those plans that I hope we will continue to move forward on. The biggest ones that pop out to me is new efforts would be the things around tenant protections and what that looks like, and the neighborhood challenges. And I'm gonna leave it there except to say that I think to get further clarity on those and to help us determine where we want to go within the next couple of years, even 3 to 4 years, that it might be good to first have a study session to kind of, because there's lots of elements within those, as we've already pointed out, there are lots of pieces of those things that we might want to go forward with sooner rather than later or in a prioritized way. So maybe that's just the way to start with some of these things, is to have a more focused conversation with this council about what that means to each of us. I'll stop there.
That's a great point. Thank you. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, and I think, with narrowing it down to really 5 things that we're looking at here, the thing that would be most helpful for me at this stage is kind of in the model of what Chief Scott's team did with kind of coming back with packages of, kind of our first tier level of doing this program would look like this and would cost this much, so that we can evaluate the trade-offs and kind of decide how big the scope of the program should or could be. When we get into tenant protections, I understand there's like a huge realm that we're looking at there. What are the things that we can do within an existing budget? What would take more staffing, et cetera? And kind of going through that with each one of these 5 items would be helpful. And apologies to staff for putting it back on their plate, but kind of looking at what's already there and what we'd need to add would be really, really great. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Well, I hope that I haven't lost track of what we're doing here, but I would be very opposed to eliminating anything that we're doing already, because what we're talking about is budget. We're talking about budget, okay? In terms of protection of open space and natural resources, the last 2 budget cycles, we have only allocated $50,000 toward that cause. If we don't continue to make it a major city budget goal, are we going to stop funding it altogether? I don't know, but I don't want to get into that conversation. I don't want to eliminate the major city goals that we already all agree on. We've just talked about economic and cultural vitality. Oh, we're doing that already. Forget it. We don't need to list it as a major city goal. We're talking about budget allocations for the next 2 years. And I don't want to hamstring this council or the community by just saying, oh, the only thing that we need to do is have a major city goal for tenant protections and neighborhood livability. That completely shortcuts and vitiates the entire process that we've gone through with getting all this community input and getting all this stuff. I want to go back to the traditional things that we have set out to do for this cycle. And as Councilmember Boswell was saying, not shock people by making a sudden change. There's enough of that going on the federal level. I want us to be somewhat predictable and help the community feel secure that their interests are being protected. So I personally, I'm not going to resign, but I'll start picketing City Hall if we just abandon the whole thing now. It's ridiculous. Have I missed what we're doing? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't want to say the only thing we need to address within major city goals for the next 2 years are new things.
No, I just want to clarify that. I appreciate the energy behind that. If you were thinking we were going down that path. Yeah, that was good. It was good. It would be to maintain, I think, the majority of the things that you've been talking about. This is putting a fine-tooth comb on where do you want to see additional resources put on top of the things that you've already articulated. And by putting additional resources, that may mean trade-off conversations. So it's not to take open space off the table. It's to say, how are we going to approach some of these things like tenant protections? What's the scope, scale, timeline to that? Neighborhood challenges and the approach towards code enforcement. What's the approach on that?
City Manager.
I'm sorry, I realized that the last 2 bullets on there as well are important and would definitely include additional resources. So I just wanted to make sure to highlight that. They're, I think, more or less the same thing or very similar to each other. But I just wanted to make sure I highlighted that.
Thank you. And I think going back to a lot of our plans have signposted, as you say, signaled that we will need additional funding. So that's a good point. Councilmember Marks, did you have anything else?
Well, thank you for that clarification. Staff tells us continually that we'll have to make trade-offs if we do anything new or if we make any other kinds of decisions. We know there will have to be trade-offs, okay? We don't have to be told that over and over again, although you're certainly freedom of speech, say whatever you want. We aren't at the point right now of allocating budget resources. We're talking about major city goals or major city budget goals or major city strategic goals for the next 2 years. At some point, we're going to be getting back the economic data that's going to tell us, like, oh my God, no, we can't give $1 million to tenant protection. What do we do? So we can make that decision when we have the information. So I'm really concerned if we're being asked to make decisions on a budgetary process when what we're talking about right now is policy.
Thank you. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, Councilmember Marks, I want to apologize. I think it might have been my fault that we ended up. I had asked which ones of the items on here would require additional resources. So the highlighted items, I believe, were the ones that were just being identified that would need additional resources above and beyond what we already have allocated to them, what's already programmed into our plans. And so I think that kind of steered us down a path of making it seem like we were choosing those over the other ones that already existed. The ones that aren't highlighted, I believe, are the ones that are already programmed in, that we're doing, that we have we want to theoretically keep the budget status quo on, and then we can evaluate that later, of course, but the highlighted ones were ones that I had asked for what's going to require new resources on.
Thank you. I do think that on the overall policy concept, you're hearing there's not a lot of desire to change the goals as a whole. But I think why the conversation of titles and paragraphs versus bullets and what that looks like was really merely a point to be able to simplify and communicate better to the community what some of these nebulous things meant. And so I think that that is, to me, the part that we are, that will probably take more resources or trade off to resources or something different, which is the data, the assessment, and the communication. And maybe our agendas are full, but maybe study sessions are the way to add more communication, because people assume if they don't hear about it that things aren't being done. And so that is where, or that we have agenda correspondence memos that give an update at certain points, a quarterly update. We get those monthly updates sometimes as council members, but maybe the community needs a different type of update. I think that's kind of what I'm hearing too, is just the actual communication of what's happening, that is happening, even though we're seeing these focused action items, so many of them are already in process. So maybe that would help, is just having actually more communication, which seems wild, because I know we have a lot, but maybe it's just different communication. So I know that we're going to go into the public comment section. I just want to make sure anyone who is here from the public, if you wish to put in a comment, there is a little yellow piece of paper there at the city clerk. There you go. And so if you'd like to put in a public comment, that you will be welcome to in a few moments. But I think at this point, when I am looking at, what I'm committed to, and I feel like most of my colleagues are as well, going back to what Vice Mayor had started with, that healthy and safe living, back to the bullets that would go underneath with childcare, unhoused, increasing housing, health and safety, not in the public safety, but just health and safety. But we need to add in the actual providing of core services into our conversation with the major city goals priorities. And I think that's the thing that we've been missing, that we weren't intending to talk about that, but I think what I'm hearing is, based on a lot of things that are being taken away from people right now in other places, we need to make sure people know what is here. And so I think that would be important. I think that we have shared from the dais, and we've heard from our community, people need to feel safe walking around our community, getting around our community in whatever way they walk or roll. So that's in the traffic and infrastructure side, that's in the public safety side, that's in the identity side, and as far as diversity, equity, inclusion, and culture. But it's also protecting our natural resources and what we care about. Why do we live here? Why is it beautiful? It's been a lot of work and investment to make that happen. And also protecting the future of SLO and the history of SLO. And so whether it's through the emergency preparedness of not wanting to see floods and wildfires destroy our entire city, whether it's through climate action resiliency, or whether it's through protecting the adobes and the historical knowledge that we have, or whether it's through the long-range planning, strategic planning, and the future of our policies. And then lastly, it seems that a thriving economy, whether it's through the small businesses, keeping local businesses in action, fiscal responsibility, and then I have to bring back childcare into that space. So it seems as though that's what I've heard. I hope I've captured everything. I'm not writing it down. I'm just curious if I've missed anything. Seems okay. So I'm going to leave it back to you before we go to public comment.
I think that captures the key elements that we've talked about today, and I appreciate the direction. I know this is challenging to then provide when you don't have all the information about what would this require. So I appreciate City Manager McDonald speaking to that and giving you a sense of it, and also knowing that these work plans, they are updated. I wanted to go back to Councilmember Boswell, what you were saying. They're updated, so it's not just an ongoing work plan from the last 2 years, right? That's updated and taken into account the other plans that already exist in there. I would love to put in front of you, I think, a connection point of what the if we keep with, for now, major city goals as a title, knowing that that's going to maybe finesse as you look at something that's a more community-wide strategic plan of sorts that has a longer time horizon, that in this immediate financial plan, if you were to look at that, it seems that there is some energy around breaking some of these out, adding some different verbiage in there. And so I put together what turns out to be 7 major city goals instead of 4, which does I think incorporates and segments out these items, which I'm happy to share with you, and that then staff could be identifying work items to go underneath each of those, which would be much more specific in nature. Happy to do that now, or we could take public comment and then close with that maybe.
I think it'd be great to do public comment first.
Great, let's do that.
All right. City Clerk?
Okay, I only have 2 speaker cards, and the first one is Donna Hare Price and then Tyler Corey.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, council and staff. I want to thank you all for today. Thank you, Summer, for all your work. Folks feel pretty hopeless right now and not very trusting of government. And I want to thank you for your efforts today because you have given me hope. I appreciate that. A word that has been used multiple times by everyone in this room almost, except me, and now I will, is the word community. A measurement of community is belonging. Belonging is ensuring that individuals feel seen, heard, and valued. And 66% of our community are renters. And I want to thank you for seeing them, hearing them, and valuing them with your commitment and discussion of tenant protections. I also want to talk about the importance of social skills in neighbors. During COVID, a lot of us lost our individual and collective social skills, including how to talk to neighbors. I really love the idea of moving to a community captain program where we use our volunteer and old folks like me to talk to our neighbors about emergency preparation, reverse 911, and other offerings that we have in this lovely place of San Luis Obispo that will also strengthen our skills as neighbors and also hopefully model to others how to be a good neighbor in this very trying time. Another thing I want to talk about is, is DEI. Ensuring that DEI lives in every department and cannot be attacked or removed in our community culture is extremely important to all of us. And using a policy approach such as ensuring that we use a racial equity impact assessment tool ensures that it cannot be removed from our system or our city government process. Again, I want to thank you all. I also want to thank Councilmember Francis for bringing up the short-term rental ordinance policy. That's a big issue in my community too. So thank you again for all your hard work. I really wish we could share it with everyone what you all did. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Tyler Corey, Bob Jorgensen, and then Kathy Walker.
Good afternoon, San Luis Obispo City Council members, Mayor Stewart, city staff, and members of the community. My name is Tyler Quarry, and I come to you before, as I have before, again, as a resident of this community, as a renter, as a Cal Poly student. and so many other things. But I come before you today to touch on some of what my friend Donna was just talking about with respect to renter protections in our community, and making sure that 66% of folks here feel helped, feel secure, feel protected by our city government, by each other, and by our community. That is so important to me. Just last night, I was talking to a fellow student who has experienced horrible issues relating to habitability in past dwellings that he's been in, and is looking to try and stay here in San Luis Obispo following his tenure at Cal Poly. And unfortunately, his current landlord is seeking to increase his rent to a considerable degree, making it very challenging for him from a fiscal and economic standpoint to be able to stay here. And so that was very challenging for me to hear, because that's a person who I care about and who I really want to see be a part of this vibrant community, and I know we can make that happen. And so I want to thank you all, as we just heard, for bringing back some hope to this conversation, as you have many times before, about trying to take new actions or trying to at least reapproach the way that the city government is going about protecting the renters in our community. There's so many different things on your plate right now, and I do not envy the position that you all are in. Yet I know that there's a way we can do this without upsetting people, with simply doing things that are common sense, yet robust and concrete, and showing that there is a commitment to so many people, folks from the undocumented community, folks from the LGBTQIA+ community. This issue that I have come to speak about, that my friends have come to speak about so many times, touches on so many different areas of our community. And I know that is not lost on you all, but perhaps others don't quite see it that way, and that's okay. But we're going to get through this together. We're going to have a conversation about this, and that's what's really exciting to me. I just want to really quickly hit on something Councilmember Marks mentioned earlier. There was a commitment, perhaps informal, made to this community when the Renting Housing Inspection Program was taken off the books about 8 years ago. That's before my time. But we would like to see something come from that. Even though we're far removed from it, I think that commitment to me still stands. And so again, I want to thank you all for coming along this journey with us, for moving forward in a way that is just, that is right for everybody else in the community, renters and their friends, their family members, everyone we care about. Thank you very much. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Bob Jorgensen, Kathy Walker, and Aaron Postman.
Hi, I'm Bob Jorgensen, and I'm representing the Friends of La Loma Adobe up on Lizzie Street. And we got a grant from you for this past cycle, and we've been using it very effectively. We've been doing all our design and specifications and engineering work. So this place is going to be shovel ready by the end of the year. And we'd actually like to be considered for another round of funding, about at the same level of that came this year, because we think we can match it with some foundation grants. And this next stage is really critical, although it's not very sexy. It's structural stabilization and seismic safety. And not only do we need it to avoid a catastrophe if the whole building just comes down and then we're done and we'll be looking for something else to befriend, but it also is just critical for construction workers that we'd be hiring, because we're going to manage this whole project ourselves, to be safely in the building. To do the restoration work and the construction work that we've got to do. Now, when I say that, it's a little complicated in the sense that we also have to replace the roof, and the second floor walls do not even connect to the roof at this point. So this won't be the only stabilization effort. There's going to be kind of a double effort when we replace the roof, which we think would be, frankly, in the next cycle beyond this 25-27 cycle. And the only other thing I'll say right now is that we don't need any staffing. We have enough expertise in terms of structural engineering and historical preservation. We feel we can manage this ourselves, so this is not an extra costly project that way. But we would like to start thinking longer term, in the 6 to 8, even 10 years, to get everything done the way we want to do it. We're a very hands-on group. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kathy Walker, and then Aaron Postman.
There's a map there there that is being passed out. So hopefully everyone can get a copy of that map. It shows the documented fraternity houses operating, holding fraternity-related events in our neighborhoods. This map was given to the city in 2023, and I've recently updated it. A couple of the satellite houses have stopped operating, but at least 6 more have been established since the original map was given to the city. You've probably heard of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and the base of that is physiological needs, including sleep. The second foundation is safety. When those needs aren't met, it's difficult to move to higher levels of human needs and appreciation. The Tribune spent some months investigating the proliferation of illegal fraternity houses in neighborhoods near Cal Poly, and their conclusion is that the neighborhood has become unlivable and the city needs to solve the problem. The neighborhood has become unlivable for many of my neighbors and my family because the city has not enforced its regulations and ordinances already on the books, and the excuse since 2023 has been that the city does not have the resources. No one should have to live in the current environment that has been allowed to happen because the city did not act, despite knowing there were illegal fraternity houses when the roof collapsed in 2015. You can see where that happened on the map where the Shamrock is. There were only a few then. There are now more than 50. It has affected the physical and mental health of long-term residents who have no choice but to stay in their homes. Many long-term residents have moved away, such as Councilmember Marks, and if it was financially feasible, our family would do the same. The larger point, though, is that we shouldn't have to move. We are living in a residential neighborhood where fraternities aren't legally allowed to be, and yet there are about 50 operating illegally, and the city has not shut a single one down since I brought this to their attention. The community development director said she doesn't have the resources to solve the problem, and a program needs to be created to handle it in this budget cycle. So please provide the funding so that she can handle it and finally solve this problem. Also provide CSOs to enforce the noise ordinance as written in the municipal code to set expectations and bring our neighborhood into social norms that you probably enjoy at your homes. Please ensure the basic needs are met for our neighbors, that we can sleep with the foundation of living in a neighborhood that meets those basic physiological needs, and next, providing safety and order and enforcing the noise ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our final speaker is Aaron Postman.
Close enough. Okay. Okay, the thing is working. Okay. Hello, City Council. Thank you for your time and thank you for being here. My name is Aaron Pasternak, and I am on the ASI Board of Directors representing the College of Architecture and Environmental Design. I strongly urge the City Council to prioritize public transit in the 2025 to 27 city fiscal year budget. Students have been experiencing a lot of overcrowding on buses, in particular the 3A, 3B, 4A, and 4B buses. On top of that, because more people will be going to Cal Poly in the near future, there will be even more travel and, in this case, transit demand. If bus frequencies are not increased to meet this demand, the growth in the student population will result in more cars on the road, meaning more parking problems, as well as more parking problems, more traffic problems, and a lower quality of life for not only students, but for the entire community at large. If SLO and Cal Poly want to meet our climate goals, we need to be investing far more into public transit as more or less as a serious way of getting around. Sorry about that. I would also, however, on a lighter note, I would like to commend the efforts to upgrading the active transportation infrastructure here in the city. I found that there have been a lot of great projects going on, like the North Truro Bikeway, and I would just love to encourage the city to keep on doing it. You guys are doing great, and I really appreciate your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it? Okay. All right, Summer, we've made it through all the public comment. Just want to thank everyone who came out today on a Saturday to share your input. We really appreciate it.
Okay, so we are at the next steps component of the day. And I think what we're hearing overwhelmingly is some intention to restructure what this process looks like in an ongoing way. And staff can come back with some recommendations on what that ought to look like, knowing that you don't want it to have a major time suck from them doing other work, right? That's a gross way to say that, but yes, you got it. And that part of what we want to say here today, or we want to walk away with here today, is direction, which I think you've been giving very nicely, even though that was a little bit of a difficult conversation to go back and forth on keeping the essence of the major city goals with some ask for some additional look at some of these key spots that we said are bolded here. So staff would be looking at those and identifying what that might look like, what's the scale or scope, timeline that could be managed, and if there needs to be conversations with you all, that you would do that difficult budget deliberation conversation at the right timing. I did want to suggest, because we're at that point where you're trying to determine or you're currently are in your process is to set major city goals. That is what I appreciate the Councilmember Boswell highlighting. That's what the community has been accustomed to, is that language. And so keeping in honoring of that process, what might be a step that you take in the direction that honors that and yet articulates what may be shifting in how you want some of the resources to be managed. So this is all like building the plane while flying the plane, right? So I'll put on the screen here something that as I was taking notes, I was trying to highlight what I think I was hearing you say. And what it would come out to be is more major city goals as titlings, but then a much more specificity could happen about, well, what does that really mean the actions are that are going to happen within that? So it'd be a bit of a moving in the direction of starting to reorganize some of this. So I'd love to put that up on the screen. I'm a little nervous to put this on the screen, I'm not going to lie. But then would love to hear what your thoughts are directionally on what that may look like. And I'll give a little bit of explanation on this for how these could look. They're ordered vertically, but that doesn't mean that they're in any priority order, of course, just like your major city goals are right now. And I made a note here that specific action items could be identified under each one, many of which are already identified because they're ongoing work plan items, some of which would be, you've requested, there maybe are some new elements to that. So the open space and climate resilience, it gets at some of the requests for open space to continue to be on there, but also to shift from climate action to resilience. The diversity, equity, and inclusion staying on the list, economic resilience and cultural vitality, so keeping those in there. You'll see fiscal sustainability is pulled out separately in just a minute. Separating housing and homelessness, but housing receiving the added focus here around housing and neighborhood wellness. And I tried to articulate a bit more of what that conversation there was, which it incorporates healthy, safe, livable, and affordable as part of that component. Homelessness being its own area. Infrastructure and sustainable transportation. It seems that you've talked about a lot of infrastructure needs that connect to a lot of quality of life dynamics around parks and some of these continued infrastructure needs, to keep that as a focus. And sustainable transportation, of course, that just finds a different place to sit. And then this last one, I was putting fiscal sustainability still on there and was trying to represent the conversation that was happening about responsible government, but not necessarily loving that title. And so highlighting it as a responsible city government, which could be a nod also to your ongoing services that you provide, but also this look at how do we really be thoughtful about how we change our process for how we do this to really be responsive to what we need to be able to anticipate as the world is changing so quickly. And, it's a judgment call on whether you put fiscal sustainability in there as something. I appreciate Councilmember Boswell saying, should that be a given? I think is kind of how you were saying it in like what we do. And at the same time, knowing that that's a really focused body of work we need to stay in front of, right, in light of some of what's coming at us. So again, this is a draft of what potentially could be, but part of our goal today walking out of here is to give staff some clear direction, making sure this represents the focus of how you want them to create the budget as the next consideration.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you pulling all of our thoughts together and trying to put it into one slide. I know that's a lot, so I appreciate that. I think there are some other comments. I'm going to go ahead and get to them first. Vice Mayor Shoresman.
Thank you. I appreciate the attempt to gather all the sentiments, some of them passionate about, and here we are wordsmithing just a little bit here, even though I know, it's like my least favorite part of this whole thing. My instinct first off the bat is that if this is a set of, not values, because we already have a value statement, but a set of priorities, budget priorities, and we want it to be approachable to the community and easy for them to digest, that 7 is too many. Even if we're combining some that are similar, I think it's better to have 5 maybe rather than 7. And I also think that the more important thing than just these words is the bullet points that go underneath it to clarify what we actually mean by these phrases. So I don't know, I guess you're gonna ask staff to go back and kind of refine some of those, what those bullet points would be underneath these. Okay, so my suggestion would be that we, as we have in the past, put housing, homelessness, and neighborhood wellness, even though I hate the term neighborhood wellness, but I appreciate that it is widely recognized, and I appreciate the clarification by putting the healthy, safe, livable, and affordable after it. But I would still, to take it down to 6 bullets, I think I would include homelessness in that, because homelessness and housing are integrally connected to me. And that would take us to 6. Climate resilience, in the past, that's gone with sustainable transportation. I'm okay with the 2 separated still too, but I really do feel like, and I know, Jan, you're very passionate about this, I do feel like we have operationalized open space, and it's incredibly important to me as well. And I think that we have spent far more than $50,000 a year on the cause of increasing our green belt and developing our open space. And we had a conversation about removing the term open space 2 years ago as well with a slightly different council, and we opted to keep it in for the time being. But I would be open to moving that and putting climate resilience again back with infrastructure and sustainable transportation. That would take us down to 5, but I would be happy with 6. Just to start the conversation going.
Thank you. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you for your initial thoughts there. I kind of mostly like what you did to pull these apart a little bit. I agree that the 7 is tricky, but also we're kind of rethinking things right now. And so maybe it's in this transition phase as we're working towards more of a strategic plan model, having 7 for the time being might work. Also open to discussing, because I do think housing and homelessness belong together, but there's also just kind of bigger packages of things that might fall underneath each of the categories separately. One piece that I did feel was missing on our open space and climate resilience, I feel like we need to maybe add back in that word action, climate action and resilience. Resilience is sort of like, well, there's nothing we can do now except for kind of brace ourselves for what's to come. And that feels a little defeatist, and that is kind of not the approach our community has been taking. So just to kind of put a little bit more of that action back in there. As much as I'd like to think about open space as being operationalized, we also still have a lot of work to do on this front. Our Greenbelt is not complete. There's a lot of properties we need to secure out there. And it also feels like it's foundational to our identity. So to take it out would mean something. So I'm gonna stick with Jan's passionate speech from earlier on this and keep it in there in some form. If it's climate action, resilience, and open space, if we want to kind of look at it in that order of words, that's fine. But that's all my feedback for now. I'm good with combining a little if we need to, but I'm okay with the 7 if we're looking at transitioning to a different model.
Thank you, Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. I appreciate those remarks very much, Councilmember Francis. So where are we talking about emergency preparedness, which everybody agrees is a giant thing, that a priority, and it probably will cost some money to put a more viable program in place. So where would I find that? Is that responsive city government? Is that climate resilience? Is that is it just missing, or
in an effort to not like get totally in the weeds, I did not show you this version, but I'm going to show it to you now to answer that question as an example that I would envision based on the conversation here, that whatever this top one becomes, open space, climate resilience, or climate action and resilience and open space, emergency preparedness could be a bulleted action item within that piece. It sounded like that was a place it could fit. Similarly, I just was noting, because these were items that City Manager McDonald had highlighted could be resource ads, that I'm envisioning this relabeling tenant protections, neighborhood challenges, and the approach to code enforcement becomes part of that housing and neighborhood wellness. There's obviously many other things under those, of course.
No, I just didn't want it to go missing, you know. I don't understand responsive city government and fiscal. I understand fiscal sustainability. I don't know what responsive city government, does this mean doing what we said we would do? That
Yeah, I made it up a little bit.
Well, that's fine. You're creative, so I appreciate that.
Thank you. Was trying to address some of the, as you're in this transition, trying to identify there's things that you're ongoing doing. So this could have things to do with your core services, could potentially be noted there. Not that you would list everything, but could be noted there. It also could connect to some of the outreach efforts that you all were talking about, right? So that's the responsive nature of it. And my other thought was, if you really are asking for a work item to be related to this transitioning more towards a strategic plan, that would have to live somewhere. So it was like, well, wow, you don't really have something that is articulating the internal dynamics of the city government. So that was an attempt at that.
Okay, so I had called that fiscal responsibility and sustainability, but I'm not sure that responsive city government is going to mean much. Going back to, to the general public.
Sure.
And it actually doesn't to me either, but going back to housing, we had talked about livability, neighborhood safety and livability. Yeah, yeah. So again, I think we could put, if we're going to have homelessness as a standalone, I would call it responding to homelessness or something like that. It's not just unhoused issues, or but I think it really does tie in with housing. However, I'm not going to fight about that. It's fine with me. In terms of responsive city government, again, I don't know if we want to say core city services or, but I think this is a good effort, so thank you.
I do think it's a great start, and I think that one of our challenges is we keep crossing goals and priorities, and I think if it says priorities, that probably will change a little bit. But the other part is, sometimes in the past, not necessarily always, there was an action item, and I feel like without having an action before it, it definitely makes me feel like, are we just talking about housing, or are we increasing housing, increasing livability, I think we just need to make sure we add those in if this is kind of the direction we end up going. That's just my 2 cents on that. Councilmember Boswell.
Thank you. Yeah, I think Councilmember Francis said it well in terms of the number. I would sort of also generally not want more than 5, but I've also suggested that this is maybe a first step towards a strategic plan. And so in that case, I would sort of be okay with 7. I guess if you force me to delete one, I'd delete the last one, as I've sort of mentioned before. Not to get into too much wordsmithing, but just a few additional thoughts. I think I'd prefer the order to be cultural and then economic, and maybe just vitality, again, to keep it short, so cultural and economic vitality. This relates to Vice Mayor Schwarzman's earlier comments about this issue. One thing that struck me is that most of these are sort of goals in a sense, except for homelessness, which is a condition. And I do feel like we ought to figure out a way to express either, the goal that we're trying to accomplish or, our process or something, right? So if you read them kind of literally in the same way, you would read it as we want to have homelessness, right? Because we want to have open space, we want to have diversity, we want to have economic resilience. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. It just strikes me as odd.
That was what I was saying with the actions. I felt like it's missing that part.
And not parallel construction or something. I don't know. And then, although I probably in my day job say this word 100 times a day, infrastructure, it's not my favorite word on public-facing documents. And so if we could come up with, I don't know what it would be. I can't think off the top of my head. Community services, that's not right either. But, something maybe a little more accessible, that'd be great. I'll give that some thought and email staff if something occurs to me.
Thank you. I guess that's part of, I appreciate how you were reading it because I wasn't reading it that way. I was reading it as though there needs to be an action before. Are we trying to increase open space or just say it's here? So we don't need to do anything more with it. Like I think that's where I was, are we increasing it and maintaining it? Because one of the things with going towards the bullet model versus a paragraph is we're not really explaining what each thing would be. So that's where I think it would be that we're trying to describe what the point of these different words are. So, because if it's a priority, what is our priority? Is it to be more resilient, or is it just to have an economy? You know what I'm saying? Like it just. I feel like there needs to be some words with it. I appreciate the economic and cultural vitality. I would be good with that, as far as kind of trying to shorten that up. And I think if we tied in the fiscal sustainability with that bullet, I could be comfortable with getting rid of the last bullet altogether. I still think as we go back to our vision statement or something before this in the future, that we would include the core services aspect of this. And I think maybe that responsive city government was an attempt to pull that in there too, back to CVRA and the settlement and what we need to do to change elections. There's a lot to do with that. So that is us being responsive, and I appreciate that first try for sure. So if we were to say that we are trying to have economic and cultural vitality and fiscal sustainability, that could be one whole item on its own, and then we could get rid of that if in the desire to have less. But I think if we're trying to yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. If we're trying to reduce words or reduce actions or reduce funding, I think that's really where we're back to building the plane at the same time as we're flying it, is where I think we're having a little bit of challenge, quite honestly. But I appreciate the housing and neighborhood wellness and keeping that together with the healthy, safe, livable, and affordable, because I think that one thing we haven't talked a great deal about today is the missing middle, and I know that we all care about that. I know it's not an official term, but the bottom line is affordable doesn't really help because affordable housing means to whom. So our working families, our working young professionals, that missing housing, I just want to make sure that's included in this when we get to the point of putting bullets underneath it, if that's what we end up doing. And I think, yes, decreasing homelessness is definitely an importance if we are going to keep homelessness as the word that is here. And I don't love infrastructure either. It's very governmenty, but at the same time, it's a very good vocab word, I'm sure. But at the same time, that's why there was a whole bill on infrastructure. It's because it's what we do. We're the 16th city in all of California. And we have infrastructure needs. So I think there's something to be said about having that stay there, or if there's a different wording that would be better, I would be okay with that. I really appreciate adding the climate action and resiliency to the first bullet. I'm fine with including open space after. I think you made a good point around the green belt. We're not done, and that is what we're known for and what we've been talking about, like you said, Councilmember Marks, for decades. So I'm comfortable with keeping that there. I think at the same, in that vein, our staff and the Department of Sustainability is already working on that, so I'm feeling pretty comfortable that they'll just have that under there as one of the bullets of work that they do and that they're doing. And so we're definitely not trying to take that away, and I guess that's the part people are needing to hear. The one thing I was thinking about with the diversity, equity, and inclusion also is, what does that mean to people? And so, are we talking about increasing access and belonging? That seems like what we're actually really talking about. So putting the DEI actually underneath increasing access and belonging seems to make more sense to me, because why in the world are we talking about diversity, equity, inclusion? We're trying to make sure that all people of all identities and abilities and ages and faiths all feel comfortable and have access here in this community. So I don't know if that's a change that we should consider, but something that I would think about. So that's all my 2 cents on these. Vice Mayor Shoresman.
Yeah, I just wanted to see if I can help with this. You were talking about the action words that don't seem present. The action words were not, these are just our high level sort of titles. And even before, as I'm looking at the former versions that we had high level titles, and then we had the action words underneath. And so I see the action words coming in the bullet points underneath that give more texture and explanation to what the high level items were. So I'm not too worried about them action items not being present, action words not being present in the top line bullets. I think also that's where some metrics could be helpful, is you could have, increase, decrease by a certain percent, you could make them smart, that go with each of these eventually. I know we're not there yet. We're just kind of starting to think about reframing these. So that was the point I wanted to make about the bullets. We could, I appreciate the change from action, or from resilience to action, resilience, or both. They're both important. I was thinking about adding the word action in there too, because I do think it has a different connotation. I mean, if we don't like the word infrastructure, just throwing this out against the wall to see if it sticks, but we could go back to pretty much the same top line phrase we had before, which was, I think, open space, climate action, and sustainable transportation. If we don't like the term infrastructure, I don't feel like that's that big a deal. It's just if we have bullet points that explain what infrastructure is, but I do hear the wonkiness of that term, Councilmember Boswell. I don't have a strong opinion about responsive city government and fiscal sustainability. I think that's kind of built into what we're trying to do as a government. I don't know if we need to say that. I'm open to either leaving it or just getting rid of it altogether. I do still feel pretty strongly about adding homelessness in with housing and neighborhood wellness if we choose to keep neighborhood wellness in there, because, as as chair of HSOC, I'm going to say that a majority of the energy we spend in HSOC, the Homeless Services Oversight Council, we spend probably a majority of our time talking about how we're going to house people, and that is our biggest deficit. We do talk a lot about shelter and short-term solutions as well, but probably 50% of the time is spent on talking about how we're going to house people. And so I just feel like they're intricately connected, and that would bring us down to 5 or 6 instead of 6 to 7. Also about homelessness, again, the word itself is just a little bit problematic in terms of talking about the unhoused. And also it is not, although we do a lot and we have done a lot, and I think we should continue to do all that we've been doing, dealing with homeless issues is only a piece of what cities do, and we've spent all general fund and local revenue measure on that, whereas the county gets a lot of the funding and disperses it down to cities and local jurisdictions to deal with it. So I feel like having it as a top line all by itself makes it seem like we're taking a lot more ownership over this than we maybe should. And it's just from a messaging, visual standpoint, messaging standpoint to the community. So I would still include it and maybe drop the responsive city government and fiscal sustainability.
I have thoughts on that, but I'll come back. Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Well, I do think we're making progress, even though it might not feel that way. But in terms of homelessness, perhaps if we just added the word issues there, so it would be homeless issues or homelessness issues or issues of homelessness, so that it's not just the condition, it's also the issues. And by saying issues, we're talking about not just for the vulnerable population that's suffering from that, but also the general public has had to deal with it. So I'd like to suggest that. Going back to open space, I just have to address something that Vice Mayor Shorsman said. The money that we spent on open space over time is other people's money. It's grants. So they're really good at doing it, but it's different from what we budget. What we budget is just the staff time that we need to actually get the grants. In terms of with responsive city government, I don't really know exactly what that means, and I'm not sure the public would either. I had fiscal responsibility and sustainability as a possible goal, but that, if we wanted to include that in with economic resilience, or say cultural and economic vitality, and fiscal sustainability, you could do that. I think that kind of addresses the core function issue. What was the other thing I wanted to say? Oh, I think we should get rid of the word wellness. I think livability is something that we as a council have all agreed at one point or another would be better. Yeah, so I agree with open space, climate action, and climate resilience. And I think that's what we hear from our staff too, from Chris Reed and Lucia, that resilience is really what they're looking at right now. So I do think we need to keep infrastructure in there. If you look at the community, the survey results that we got, the priorities identified, the first one was homelessness, the second one was infrastructure maintenance, and then downtown vitality. So anyway, the public knew enough about what infrastructure was that they could respond to that question on the survey. So I think it's okay to keep it in there. That's all I have for now. Thanks.
I want to go back to the homelessness. So one, I don't mind neighborhood livability changing instead of neighborhood wellness. That's fine to me. I think that covers a lot of all the issues we've been talking about, whether it's enforcement to noise issues, to sleep issues, captain ideas. I mean, I think all of those sound like a logical livability concept. I think the other aspect about the homelessness, the majority of what the countywide homelessness services oversight committee does is talk about how to house people. That makes sense because it's countywide. What we do in the city is so often the regional collaboration, some of the resources and services. And so I feel like what we're doing, we are not providing the housing. Not only do we not build the housing, we truly don't provide the housing either. So it seems like the work that we're doing is the collaboration around it, and also helping people, whether it's through MCU or CAT team, get to those resources. And it's that supportive services that they need to be able to get housed or stay housed. So I think as people are in this space, whether it's homelessness response, homelessness issues, I'd be fine with keeping, any of those. I mean, our strategic plan is homelessness response, so we could do that. But the money and time and energy we're spending is on the wraparound services and getting people to the resources as much as getting people to the housing. So that's why I think it really is separate. Infrastructure, I'm good with. The only thing I was thinking about with back to the fiscal sustainability concept, if we got rid of that line, is under the economic resilience. With the bullets we go underneath that, it's economic resilience for the city, for businesses. So it's kind of, it's the same word, but it's many different meanings. So that would be one thing if you want to get rid of a bullet, and we're really desiring to have less than 7, we could have 6, we could mush them all together and have 2. It really, I'm kidding, but it really doesn't, I don't think there's a magic number, especially since, if anything, we're expanding it. But we're being truthful in what we're actually doing anyway, which is we were looking at all of this before. So to pretend we weren't, and just because we had 4, it seems kind of a little bit odd. So that's where I'm kind of landing. Anything else from my colleagues? No? Okay, back to you, Summer.
So if the first time I got a silver star, I think this time maybe it's a gold star. Are you ready? Why not? Put it out there. I tried to incorporate, this would get it to 6, it could get it to 5. So open space, climate action, and resilience. Oh, before I say that, the top here, notice it says with specific verb action items. So that would get to the action orientation that you want to see within each of these bodies of work. So it would be open space, climate action, and resilience. I underlined infrastructure because maybe that gets titled something different, but if it could be infrastructure and sustainable transportation, diversity, equity, and inclusion, then combining cultural, economic vitality and fiscal sustainability, housing and neighborhood livability, and then homelessness response. The opportunity to get this down to 5, if you so choose, and if you're not liking infrastructure anyway, could be to put sustainable transportation back up with the top line item. So it would come out to open space, climate action, resilience, and sustainable transportation. And you could give direction to staff to continue to work this, but that you feel like it's at like 95-ish% as a direction.
I mean, I think I'm definitely open to staff working this if that's something they come up with something different. I would also say whether it is the other people's money or ours, flood mitigation, for example, is one of the things we're continuing to work on. Sewer, wharf. I mean, we continue, and our infrastructure is not getting any younger or magically fixed. So I think that as we talk about our capital improvement plan through this next 6 months, it is about what do we need to push back, what do we need to do, how do we get grants, what grants are going to expire if we don't move them forward. I feel like this is going to be a top of mind already in the agenda forecast quite a bit. So I don't know how we would really get rid of infrastructure, but that's my 2 cents. Councilmember Francis.
I'm prepared to hand out the gold star, except just get rid of the second livable in the livability thing. Yeah. But other than that, gold star.
Wow. Good catch. Vice Mayor Shoresman.
I'm good with these. I would have felt really good inside if we had gotten down to 5, but I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm getting a little punchy now at the end of the day here. I think the most important thing is the clarification underneath each of these so that the community knows what we're talking about. And even more important than that are the work plan items that follow. So, I think this is fine. I do want to be clear, especially for Councilmember Marks. I'm not opposed to open space. I'm a huge supporter of open space in Greenbelt. It's for the simplicity of trying to get us down to 5, which was my goal during my first comment. I also want to point out that, a lot of these things on here, not just open space, but a lot of the things on here we're able to do because of the grant money that we've been able to obtain as a city staff and as a city team. They've done an amazing job of doing that with sustainable transportation as well. So we have punched way above our weight in our ability to get funding to do some of this work. And those 2 areas in particular are worth pointing out. So I like the addition of response, just to make that a little bit clearer too, because even though a lot of what we do at the county level, actually, in addition to talking about housing at the HSOC, it's also all about coordination of services with all of the different entities. So, but I do like the differentiation of response. So good job, gold star number 2 from me.
Thank you. I'm always a fan of other people's money, absolutely. Councilmember Marks.
Oh, thank you. So are we keeping healthy, safe, and affordable as attached to housing and neighborhood livability? Or could we just get rid of those 3 words and include them as part of the action items underneath?
Mm-hmm.
I think that would.
I like to keep them.
Oh, you want to keep them? Okay. You like them, or well, you can have them. They're fine with me. It's just the wish to be more budgetary in our use of words is what I'm responding to. I think it's good as it is right now. So I also I would not feel too good about staff changing any of it if we approve this today.
No, just
don't
for another
wanna
word
go
for
there.
infrastructure if we were having that conversation in April when they come back, but we don't need to.
Yeah, I like to make decisions and stick by them, so let's go with what we have right here.
Councilmember Boswell.
You, good, microphone was on. Good job, Summer, thank you. Yeah, this is good. I mean, whenever you're trying to reach consensus and wordsmith, at some point you have to say, is this something I can live with? And I think this is actually really good and hits most of my concerns. I do think we've got a small grammar problem to solve, which is, it says cultural, economic vitality and fiscal sustainability. So there's a word missing or an and, or of course you don't want 2 ands, that's gonna be weird. I don't know. Then you have 2 ands, which
That's why I
bothers me
had a
little,
comma, but yeah. The other one should be an ampersand. Okay, this is really in the weeds, friends.
Yeah. Okay. Well, anyways, that's something. Maybe we can futz with that a little bit later. But otherwise, I'm happy with this. Yeah.
Sounds good. But yeah, if you think of something else beyond the ands and the ampersands, we still have time. City Manager McDonald.
Thank you. Just for clarification for staff, taking these major city goal topics, then we will be coming back with verb action items to help explain what we mean by them. But in order to make sure that we're all clear on that, we're trying to find the right time and space to do that. My concern is that waiting until April may be too late if we're off the mark. And so we're looking at potentially, we would be looking to squeeze this into an agenda somewhere. I only have one eye of Teresa, which is good, I'm hiding. Potentially, maybe the additional meeting we added at the end of February, but that's maybe what we would be looking at, because otherwise.
I'm seeing an emoji explode right now, but I think that's possible, yes. City Clerk.
how late do you want to be there that night, is what I have to say, because right now, that meeting is 2 hours long.
Can I ask a question about that? I was thinking that the verb action items are really an articulation of what staff normally would have done related to work items in the work plan, how they would feed into this. Does that not feel comfortable?
Well, that's a good, I had assumed the bulleted items were more of a description of what was meant by the big topic, and then the work plans would be more detailed, right? So there'd be a lot more things in the work plans than there would be in the bulleted list.
I think in the past, it used to be, we would be a little more prescriptive, but since we're I feel like we're in this in-between of how we used to do it to a little bit new, but not all the way new. That's how I'm seeing it, is there's so much of the work that is already being done that we want to continue, and then some that we are varying a bit, i.e. the neighborhood livability versus just make housing happen more and more and more. So I think we're a pro-housing designation. We obviously already mean, yes, of course, support and facilitate more housing being built, and they need to be livable as well, because otherwise we have a lot of challenges around people living in spaces that can't be supported.
So do we think, is it taking the descriptions that were under these topics before and turning them into verb items, and then we would still build out the work plans?
Yeah.
There'd be a little of the neighborhood livability item is different from what we've had up here in the past, so we would be taking that from the conversation we had.
Right.
Healthy, safe, affordable is helpful.
Yeah.
So maybe we wouldn't need to come back at the end of February, and you would still have an opportunity then in April when we come with strategic budget direction to look very closely at the way we've described that and make sure that it's clear, and if you want to make changes. So
I see Councilmember Francis, and I just want to, right before you say something, please, if that's okay, is maybe there's a compromise from what you're saying, is maybe there's an agenda correspondence type of memo where you're giving us a recap of what you thought you heard us say. And so in case there was something that was wildly different, you don't come back in April and go, what? This is what we heard from you. So that might be helpful if, that way we don't have to have a whole nother meeting about it, but I'm not sure if my colleagues are okay with that, but I'm going to throw that out there. Councilmember Francis.
I was just going to ask for a memo, so I think we're on the same page, because I think I was aligned with what Summer was expecting out of this, which was that we would just be getting the work items reorganized under this, and I'm okay with that approach, because I don't want to add a whole nother layer of work to staff that feels, especially a whole nother meeting for staff. I don't think we need that.
You currently do have on your website, under major city goals, you have verbed, is verbed a word? You have verbs listed under those as a strategic approach. So I was thinking it's the similar approach to this, but maybe there is a memo that articulates that a little bit more, and then the work plan, work items feed into that.
I think, though, when you go to that major city goals page, one of the things that is different is when we first started this, the few modifications of wording on these different major city goals. So I think that's where that feels different compared to changing paragraphs to bullet points is what we were talking about. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I think I'm okay with the memo idea. If I'm confident that staff knows historically what we've done in these areas enough to draw some examples or generalizations out that could serve as bullet points to describe. So I think we'll probably get pretty close. I mean, if we need to, perhaps we could have, I know we've struggled to have brown bags, but maybe we could sort through the details if we needed to with something like that. But I'm confident that they'll get it right the first time. The only other thing I wanted to say is, since we're struggling over the grammar of cultural and economic vitality and fiscal sustainability, we could go back to the language that we had last year, which was economic resiliency, cultural vitality, and fiscal sustainability. But I'm fine with it the way it is too. But if we're, twitching over the grammar there, we can go back to what we had.
I'm okay either way. Councilmember Marks.
Yeah, we do have a city council meeting on February 25th, And so what I was thinking is that possibly we could put this, the little bullet points underneath the memo, whatever you want to call it, on it, the consent agenda. And then we would have a chance to, and the public would as well, have a chance to just have that conversation February 25th. It's, I think, a pretty short meeting. Well, if it's on the consent agenda, it might be really quick. It's 2 hours, my God. Okay, sorry.
But let me just say that there are only 2 items, and it's estimated to be 2 hours, so.
That's why I thought it was short. I guess I just
Yeah.
saw that it was 2 items. So, yeah, would that work? Then we could get further clarity. So if you put that out as part of the staff report, we could give you feedback so that we'd all be really clear going into the April. Okay.
That works.
Are you all comfortable with this reversion back to economic resiliency, cultural vitality, and fiscal sustainability? Okay, I will delete this.
Councilmember Boswell?
Can we put cultural first?
Sure. Okay, I'm going to throw it out there. Do we need fiscal sustainability if we have the economic resiliency? Sorry. Back to less words.
Okay, well, I did. This, okay, I did have 10 years of teaching English, so if we're going to say economic resiliency and climate action and resilience, I think we should say economic resilience. There, okay, enough.
My English teacher liked a comma there too, but I'm gonna let that go. I think the difference on the economic resilience, and this is what you'd see in the actions, I think the economic resilience was meant to refer to in the community, and the fiscal sustainability was supposed to be internally focused.
It was, definitely. I was just saying this time we could, if we so wanted to, go wild, add that into the bullets underneath it, that this is this type of economic resiliency externally versus the economic resiliency internally. But I am totally cool with leaving it as is. Yes, city manager.
Thank you. Just one point on fiscal sustainability. With our budget constraints that we're facing, potential deficits, and an effort that, you know, we are constantly doing and would love to bring to council if directed, is looking at different revenue sources and ideas to help address our own fiscal sustainability. There's a piece of that that is helpful for us as well as when we do our work planning. So
that's great to hear. Thank you so much. So at this point, do we need to do an actual motion for these goals, or is the consensus point fine?
Sounds like yes.
Consensus.
Oh.
All right, no to motion.
No to motion.
All right, wonderful. Well, this has been quite an experience, but very good. I mean, back to Gold Star, capturing all of this wildness. We went on some wild tangents for a while and curved around. I have to say thank you so much to you and your team, Summer. Thank you to staff for pulling this all together, not just this, but literally the last 6 months of making this happen. Thank you so much to my colleagues to go through and be vulnerable and share, but also in a super respectful way. And just want to bring us back and close us out. And we will see you all, well, maybe not everybody, but we'll see each other at the special closed session meeting next Tuesday at February 11th at 5:30 p.m. And then we'll go back to a public meeting on the 18th at 5:30 p.m. back here in City Council chambers. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend.